fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Hey guys, it's been a while, hasn't it? Welcome to True Crime Rocket Science, day one of the Lorie Vallow trial. It is dealing with the murder of Charles Vallow, and we're about to hear opening statements. I heard a little bit of audio a moment ago, so we're going to go to that right now. Good to see you guys. Thanks also for the super chat so far. Really appreciate it.
To approach and take a look at a letter from Juror 3's employer and pass it to the defendant.
Should be really interesting to see how well Lorie does at opening statements. And something I normally do when we cover this sort of thing is we try and decide who did a better job of opening statements, the prosecution or the defense. So we're going to do that again. So one wonders how much Lorie is prepared. One wonders just what the heck is she going to say in terms of her opening statements. See if we can jump a little ahead.
Sure.
Well, it looks like court is a little bit late today, 3 minutes late. There we go. Lower the camera, thank you. And of course, this is the trial in Arizona. The previous one was held in Idaho. Of course, just to repeat, Lorie is representing herself, although she does have support from with a lawyer supporting her. I would be very nervous. Like, even if you're a qualified lawyer, this is quite a
about whether it's
difficult
really
thing
him
to
versus
do.
his employer, and offer to write a letter if he needs one to his employer about the requirements of jury service, and just sort of feel out that situation a little further, but we'll keep him on for right now. Please silence all phones. As I said, we are still missing one juror. As soon as those jurors all get here, we will
seems like
proceed into the opening
one
statements.
juror hasn't
Judge,
turned
I
up.
did email the court staff about an individual, Brandon Boudreaux, who would like to be present. He's in the courtroom currently. He has been noticed by the defendant back on March 6th as a potential witness. He has not been subpoenaed to date. He is here and would like to be present in the courtroom for the trial. I think that the court has previously allowed another witness that the defendant had also listed.
Hi, Dana
Reporter
Hamilton.
Nephi,
Good to see you.
to be in this courtroom. The court had indicated that if these individuals were not subpoenaed, that the court would look at precluding them. It has been over a month since she has noticed him. He has not been subpoenaed. He is a victim in another case against this defendant. I'm asking that he be permitted to remain in the courtroom today.
Okay, in case you don't know, Brandon Boudreaux was the husband of Lorie's niece. And
Our subpoenas were with OPDS, so I do not have any. We're looking for some confirmation from when those went out.
Well, is this a witness that is, first of all, have relevant information and likely to be called as a witness?
Yes.
What's the relevant information?
There's several things, but he will be called to talk about things that he was involved with my husband during that time.
Well, has the state interviewed this witness? Or potential witness?
Not with regards to this case. I don't know what he will be called to talk about things means. So I'd like a little more information as to what the relevance is of this witness.
Hi, Kent.
He has to have relevant information, which, as I've said, is
Yeah, she is
testimony
fumbling.
that makes a fact more likely or less likely that's an issue in the case. So what fact would you testify about that make it more likely or less likely? Can you give me some sort of specific information that you would expect him to testify to?
Yes, Your Honor. His communications with my husband up to the date of his
Yes, Your Honor.
of this incident.
What would those communications be? And how are they not hearsay?
They're his communications with my husband. That's how they're not hearsay.
Okay, and what type of communications?
Phone calls, text messages.
I meant what substance? Can you give me some idea of the relevant information?
The
that
judge
you would
even seems a
provide to the
little
jury that would help
peeved
them
at
make a
this point.
decision?
Without giving away my entire defense.
Well, we don't just get to call witnesses that, you know, are going to testify about, we talked about the weather that day, you know, so you do need to give me some sort of information about what his anticipated testimony would be.
Well, his relevance in coming that day to do an intervention on me with the family.
Is this witness, Mr. Boudreaux, is in the courtroom?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's go on sidebar.
Phew, well, we're not off to a cracking start, are we? It's not really, I think, Lorie's fault that that the juror is not present, but yeah, it's definitely not a great start to this whole thing. Seems a little some trials just do not get off to a good start, you know. But to be honest, I don't really expect this trial to go smoothly. I think because Lorie is representing herself, there's going to be what you've just heard, a lot of discussions like that, sort of fumbling, mumbling attempt to sort of move things forward. So I think some of you are probably here to be amused by that. I'm not really here for that. I'm sort of here to hear the case, and more from the prosecution's perspective. I'm not really interested in the sort of amusement park side of it. I'm probably, you know, there probably are going to be crazy what the F's in this case, where Lorie makes a fool of herself and also makes silly comments, but that's kind of the sideshow. What is really incredible about this case is for how long they took Lorie's word for it, and I guess Alex Cox, her brother, that it was self-defense. So basically, this is the first clear-cut murder, and for quite a long time, the murderer got away with it. And wasn't that a permission slip, effectively? Shoot someone in cold blood, and then nothing happens, and then do something else. And then, I mean, it's almost like treating the police like they're idiots and just telling them a story. And if you've got enough people saying the same thing, then doesn't that become reality? Answer, not really. Reality eventually catches up, and although justice can be slow, it certainly has been slow catching up with Lorie. I mean, the other cases like Barry Morphew and Suzanne Morphew, where justice seems to have stalled effectively, right? Anyway, let's have a look at some of your comments. Rainbow Zen says this trial is going to be tedious. the prosecutor seems to be very on the ball, so I'm looking forward to hearing her side of the story. And as you know, the prosecution tends to go first. So, you know, the leading of evidence should be quite interesting. I paid attention at the time, you know, when a lot of the information was coming out, but I am a little bit rusty on it. As far as I remember, Charles Vallow was shot twice. There was a story that he was threatening, I think Tyler even told this story, that he was threatening her with a baseball bat. And so Alex Cox then sort of came between them and was trying to defend her, and, you know, went to get his gun. But the evidence, I think, is going to show, again, I'm a little bit rusty on this, but as far as I know, he was shot from above into the chest and the bullet embedded in the floor, like a wooden floor. That clearly isn't self-defense. You know, if you're standing above someone and they're lying on the ground and you shoot them, that's definitely not self-defense. And I think I'm expecting that to be the gist of the prosecution's case. Another example is if you shoot someone multiple times, I don't really think it's self-defense. Of course, if you being attacked, it could be, but if someone's unarmed and you shoot them multiple times, is it self-defense? America does have a law, stand your ground law, which I think can be abused by certain people, where you say, well, I thought I'm being attacked, so I'm going to stand my ground, and attack is the best form of defense. And that does come up every now and then. Heidi says, I think it is sad Lorie was flirting with the cops, and I think that distracted them from being unbiased. Hi, Nicolene. Linda Garris, I didn't realize she was representing herself. I haven't really followed this case. Not smart. Well, I don't know how long I'm going to have to keep the show going until the trial starts. I suppose I could share a script that I prepared here on Lorie Vallow. You know, Lorie Vallow gave an exclusive interview to True Crime Arizona, and part of what she said in that interview was, I'm a smart person. So maybe we should have a look at that while we're waiting. What do you guys say? The camera seems to be bumping. I don't know if that's because something's happening. Anyway, let's play that clip quickly. What do you think of that? I consider myself a smart person. She's a hairdresser. I think she's quite emotionally intelligent, like she's quite charming. She's kind of got the gift of the gab. But I mean, you even heard in court her saying, when she's asked, what evidence are you going to be presenting? She said something like, well, I'm going to ask him certain things. And in this interview, she also talks about there's some stuff that we need to deal with. You know, it's just not terribly sophisticated language. In this interview, she also says like a lot. I'm just saying she, although she is quite kind of likable in a way when she wants to be, I don't know if she's that sophisticated. I do think in order to create a cult, you have to have above average intelligence in a sense, or certainly more than the people around you in a way. What I mean is, if you're going to be pulling someone's strings, I think you need to be, not sure if the word is more intelligent, but I mean, if you think about the system that Chad Daybell developed, you know, the point system and so on, I suppose it presents itself as something that's quite intricate when it's actually not. But I mean, I do think it's quite interesting that Lorie thinks of herself as a smart person and also her fellow jailbirds. And I think people who think they smart kind of in an obvious way aren't smart. I think if you aware of what you don't know, then you're smarter than if you think you're smarter than what you really are. You know what I mean? Interview. She's trying to present herself in a credible way as someone who's going to represent herself. I just kind of mean if you interview a lawyer, and we've often seen lawyers speaking, how often do they say like? It's just a different kind of way of speaking, right? So anyway, that's one thing I wanted to highlight. The other thing is where she says, I'm a people pleaser by nature.
By nature.
So I wonder what she means when she says, I've worked in a professional environment. Like, no, I've just said like, but so where did she work in a professional environment? Was she, I'm not sure, was she a realtor or something? Anyone know what that's a reference to? It's interesting that this is how she sees herself, that she's a people pleaser. Someone said, yeah, she's definitely not a people pleaser, but do you know something that Lorie did that is on paper quite commendable, quite not impressive, but yeah, altruistic, I guess is the word I'm looking for, is that she adopted JJ. JJ wasn't her child. And so to do that, like to adopt a person, to adopt a child, it's not everybody who would be prepared to do that. And I don't know whether one can say that is being a people pleaser, but it certainly makes one think about that whole idea. And on paper, maybe adopting JJ was perhaps simple or easy. Maybe in practice it wasn't. But I think there may have been a time when Lorie was quite a good person, quite a nice person. She is definitely a strange one. I think her marriage to Chad was her 5th marriage, and so I think you might say she's a people pleaser, but she was certainly also trying to please herself, right? I don't know if that's true, that she's completely delusional. I mean, in order to be in court and playing the role of representing herself in terms of the whole legal process is as real as it gets. It's kind of a scientific process dealing with evidence. And so if she was completely delusional, I don't think she would have a hope of doing that. So I don't think that's true. I think it's easy to dismiss her as that. And I think some of her ideas are quite loopy. She also presents in this interview as, I don't want to say hysterical, but very emotional. She gets very easily worked up, very agitated, very excited. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Even when she's talking about sort of ordinary things, she kind of gets kind of worked up. And I think it's quite easy to listen to and get caught up in the same excitement. And of course, when you're excited, you're not necessarily thinking as clearly as you would if you calm, right? I do agree with you that she seems to want people to view her as a leader. And maybe that comes from a place of inferiority where she sort of she feels almost like with that, what do they call it? The cult of personality, that she can use her personality to rise above the people around her. I must say, when I went to Rexburg, what struck me, I mean, I literally drove from Boise, Idaho. I was in court there, seeing her in court. Then I drove to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and then from there I drove to Rexburg. And what struck me was just how nondescript it was. It just struck me how sort of ordinary that part of America was. And I've kind of, I've gone to where Casey Anthony lived. I've gone to where Brian Laundrie lived. I've gone to the Watts home. And I've also gone to where, what's her name? Lacey Peterson and Scott Peterson lived. And sometimes there's a sense in these places that you feel like some people in these true crime stories felt that they were getting swallowed up by the ordinariness of their lives. They just felt that their lives were not going anywhere, and then they perhaps felt that they needed to take some kind of extreme step to get out of this kind of boring life. And I definitely got the sense of that in Rexburg. I mean, even Chad Daybell described his life in Rexburg as Harry Potter living under the stairs of the Dudleys. So even Chad Daybell would say, yeah, I wasn't liking my life. I was like looking around and going, well, is this it? Is this the life that I want? And I think to some extent, all of us have a similar feeling every now and then. We sort of feel like, is this it? And as you get older, perhaps you get a sense of almost claustrophobia. And so in a sense, wanting a better life, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not greed or narcissism. It's a healthy response to say, I would like the best out of life, right? The problem is when you perhaps get desperate or anxious or panicky, and then you start to do things that are out of desperation, that are questionable. In Lorie's case, because she didn't have any money, well, how can you get money quickly? Well, turn a person into money via an insurance policy. And that seemed to be very much her, it's, as I say, seemed to be her modus operandi, because the murder of Charles Vallow, she was supposed to get $1 million out of that. And then everything followed from there onwards. Pauline Buckles, good to see you. It's interesting you say she's cocky enough to think she will win this, because in the interviewer described her as snappy with the judge. Let's quickly go to that.
And I feel as
yeah, and I think that's going to be quite important. That is Lorie going to be able to keep her emotions in check while this trial is playing out? Because there's one way for her to lose the trial. I mean, I don't really think it's like an even contest to begin with, but I think she can very quickly blow her case by getting snappy, losing her temper, where like another Lorie emerges. And I don't know if you noticed in this interview, Lorie can go from seeming extremely humble to the opposite, to I think I'm a very intelligent person and blah, 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 blah. She seems to kind of jump from one extreme to the other. There doesn't seem to be kind of a middle ground. And the same, I think, applies to her emotions. She seems to go from being very sweet, but if you say something that you shouldn't, for example, where the reporter says to her, you have been convicted of the murders of your children. Can you explain that? And then there's a moment where her face kind of almost seems to tremble, where she's obviously kind of holding holding things beneath the surface, right? Because remember, the point of this interview is PR ahead of the trial. I mean, I'm sure she's giving this interview in order to influence public opinion, perhaps even the jury, and to sort of make herself seem palatable to the people around her just before trial. Amy says she can't control her composure. I don't know if that's absolute, like you say it like it's an absolute statement. I don't know if it's absolutely true. She's completely delusional. She wouldn't have a hope of representing herself. And she says she's been studying, you know, she's had to file motions. People wouldn't be working with her if she was completely delusional. So I think there's an aspect that where that's perhaps true. But I think in some regard, in some respects, all of us are delusional. You know, where we think of ourselves in certain ways where someone else would say, well, that's, you're a little bit out of touch with yourself because this is the reality about you. I mean, I was cycling today, training indoors, and I sort of glanced over at the mirror and I was like, wow, you're a lot more out of shape than I thought you were. And that to me is a bit of a sign that I'm a bit delusional about how fit I think I've gotten. So the thing is, if you can see that, then you're less delusional. If you can't, then you're more. Hazel, it's good to see you here. Yeah, that is definitely, I would agree with that. Karina says, if you think about her when she was younger, she had her dad. Okay. I must say, when you look at Lorie's mother, you kind of get a sense of Lorie herself. Let me see if I can bring up a picture of her. There's a picture of Lorie Vallow's mother. Now, it does make you kind of wonder, you know, like how did Lorie come to be Lorie? Is she a creation of her mother? Is she a creation of her father? Is she a creation of environment? Is she a self-made woman in a sense? And I think it's quite an important question because, in a way, you could put that same question on yourself and say, how do we become who we are? Are we just, is it just programming? Is it just we given a role by society? Or is society so crazy that it makes us crazy? Well, I wonder when the trial's going to resume. Okay, what else can I share with you guys? Another thing that came up in this interview was, does Lorie still believe in zombies? I thought it was a brilliant question. And pretty much every time the interview got interesting, the lawyers jumped in and sort of, you know, nixed the whole questioning process. Like, they didn't really want Lorie to answer. And one of them was, you know, do you still believe in zombies? And let me just play you guys that part.
It's in the zombies. Is that
so? It's muted out, but I think you can tell what she says there, that, you know, she'd never believed in zombies or something like that. I when I first heard this interview, the spot wasn't muted out, and I seem to remember that I'm saying this under correction, but I seem to remember Lorie saying she'd never believed in zombies. That's certainly what I thought I heard she said. I'm pretty sure she did believe in zombies once upon a time, including that her own kids had become zombies, right? Which meant killing them was a mercy. If you think about what you see in zombie movies, when someone turns into a zombie, even if it's a loved one, killing them is kind of doing them a favor. That psychology seemed to be literally playing out in the story. And what makes it kind of terrifying is, can you imagine being in this sort of religious soup that she was in, and then you decide, oh, you're a zombie. You kind of decide, well, I hear I think something's happening. Imagine you're in a family and someone believes in a certain set of beliefs, and then they decide you're a zombie, which means you are marked for death. I mean, it's pretty terrifying. And if you followed the Lorie Vallow trial and you followed the correspondence and the text around this, where Chad, for example, would say, Tammy's going dark and all these funny terms, although it's just words, what it actually represents, what it actually symbolizes, what it actually is sort of going towards is this person can die. It's frankly terrifying. Okay, let's have a look at some of your comments. Linda says, I can't understand how she can smile or laugh in this horrible situation. Joe says, Arizona supports Lorie. Okay. What's muted? Linda says, this is my first TCRS live. Well, it might be ending quite soon. Amy says, no remorse or mindfulness for the destruction she caused. When she gave this interview, she was sort of asked to explain what had happened. And my understanding of the interview was she kept talking about a family tragedy. And I do know that one of the explanations she gave, I think it was to Keith Morrison, from Dateline, was that, so it's like, well, how do you explain, if you didn't do this, how do you explain what happened? And if I remember correctly, she said something along the lines that Tylee killed JJ and then killed herself. And that's quite a clever manipulation, if you think about it, because Tylee isn't around to be tried. And so it also creates this subplot that is, in a way, insulated from inquiry because it's formed the way that it is. So she makes Tylee both the perpetrator and someone who can't be questioned. Yeah. Something that I think you've got to, it's silly to even interrogate that theory, but if you did, well, you would have to say, well, if Tylee killed JJ, then Tylee died second, right? But the facts seem to show that Tylee died first and JJ died second. Now, if you think of it in a premeditated perspective, if you think, it's actually horrible to do this, but if you try to get into Lorie's mind and you say, okay, Lorie wants to be with Chad, she wants to go to Hawaii, a couple of things need to happen. We need to get rid of the children, and we need to get rid of Tammy. Ironically, none of Chad's children were a problem, just Lorie's children anyway. And so if you think about it, it wouldn't make sense in a way for JJ to be killed first, because Tylee would react, and Tylee would be like, where is JJ? And she'd probably reach out and cause problems. So it made sense from a premeditated perspective. Have you ever thought about this? To kill Tylee first, and then JJ could be, because he was a lot younger, and I guess because he had autism, he could be given some sort of explanation that Tylee's at university, or Tylee is whatever, and then they did what they did. It is pretty cold-blooded, though, if you think about it. Hazel says, I think Lorie is in her last great blaze of glory. Center stage, acting as her own attorney. Thanks a lot, Joe. Singamajigi. Thanks for that. Joel says, thank you for your insight. Love your channel. Yeah, so as some of you know, I was in Boise for the original trial of Lorie Vallow. I've actually got a frame just above my computer, just with a lot of the tickets I got when I attended trial, because it was like a lottery. And then if you won a ticket, then you literally were given a ticket to get into the courtroom. And pretty much each day, the court was absolutely packed. And Lorie was in the middle of that, smiling, joking, often kind of hiding, certainly from the gallery, like trying to use her lawyers to shield the view from the gallery. But then occasionally both her lawyers would get up and go to, like go to a sidebar, and then she'd be sitting there by herself, and then she would literally turn her chair so that she had her back to us. But it was quite interesting seeing how she presented herself in court. And like I've said quite a few times, she seemed pretty happy. She didn't look like she was on trial. She did what Chris Watts seemed to do during the sermon on the porch, which is use this idea of, I'm nonchalant. The fact that I'm nonchalant means I can't be guilty. If I don't know how serious this is, it's because I'm innocent. It's not like on paper that might seem like quite a clever defense. Doesn't really play well in a courtroom. The photo at the national park, yeah. Jean says Tylee died weeks before JJ. Is that right? My understanding is that Tylee was buried first and burnt. Her body was burnt, and my impression is that Tylee was the first of the two crimes, and that they learned their lesson from that crime, if I can put it that way. Because if you look at how JJ was disposed of, it was totally different. He was buried with bags around him. I think the disposal of Tylee was, I hate to say this, but just very messy and grotesque, and so that the perpetrators didn't want to repeat that. That's certainly the impression I had. Pauline says, why dismember her? I think it was just the attempt to try and make her body as small as possible so that it can't be found. I think it was a combination of trying to turn the body into nothing, and that's not very easy to do. Okay, it looks like something's happening here.
If the defense can produce text messages or some information to provide to the court that shows he does in fact have relevant information, he might be called as a witness. But so far, the court can't find that Mr. Boudreaux has any relevant information to this case. Therefore, Mr. Boudreaux struck again without prejudice from the witness list. He can remain in the courtroom. We're going to bring the jury in.
Okay, looks like things are
The
starting.
other matters that were raised by the defense, we'll talk about at another time when the jury's not waiting.
Hi, Connie. So we're obviously not going to see the jury. Their identities are going to be protected. When Linda, you say that's absolutely vile, I mean, that's when you get a sense, just how horrific these crimes are. When you see Lorie smiling and laughing and it's a joke, that makes it 10 times worse. Okay, so once again, we are going to try and decide who does a better presentation in terms of opening statements. I'm very interested to see how well Lorie does, but to be honest, I'm actually more interested in hearing, excuse me, the prosecution's opening statements. I mean, I think that's going to be worth listening to. Yep, that's right. Something else that's disturbing to me in the murder of Charles Vallow is how Tylee was so supportive of her mother. And one wonders how all of that came about. Was Tylee coached? Was Tylee, why did Tylee say what she said about Charles? And I mean, if you think about it, Tylee basically defended her mother and then later lost her life. It's interesting that Court TV calls it cult mom conspiracy trial. Why is it a conspiracy? I don't really like the use of that word because a conspiracy to me usually means it's not true. But in this case, it's individuals conspiring, right? In the sense of accessories. Okay. No sound. So that the sound's not a problem on my side, it's from the feed.
Testified to by a witness who has
There
been
we go.
sworn in and is answering questions from the witness stand. Therefore, it is important to remember that what is said by both the prosecutor and the defendant in opening statements and
Should be
later in
considered
closing
as
arguments
evidence.
is not evidence.
There you go.
The purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence. The state can proceed.
Here we go, guys. You got your
Yeah,
notebooks.
put a mic over there.
So I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Lorie Daybell, the woman seated over here, wrote this to her brother, Alex Cox, on July 9th of 2019, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. But to understand why this is so meaningful, why this is relevant, you have to understand the context. So let's talk about it. In July of 2019, Lorie Vallow was married to Charles Vallow. Lorie Vallow lived here in Arizona, Chandler. Charles Vallow lived in Texas. In July of 2019, Lorie Daybell was Lorie Vallow, married to Charles Vallow. In July of 2019, Lorie Vallow wanted to be Lorie Daybell, wife of Chad Daybell. And in July of 2019, Lorie Vallow wanted to keep the same lifestyle that she had with Charles.
Remember what I said about greed?
And she could get all of this if Charles was dead. She could marry Chad Daybell and become Lorie Daybell. She would get a $1 million life insurance policy from Charles Vallow. She would get Social Security for herself and their son, JJ, as a child of a dead spouse. And all of this would be true if Charles Vallow was dead. So
Thanks,
what about
Kat.
Nephi? Well, Lorie Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed that those who disagreed with them were dark, possessed by evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. Sometimes they had.
Just think about how convenient that is. Anyone who disagrees with you is dark, disposable, a zombie, and can be dead. Imagine what that, if you made that global. Anyone who disagrees with you should die. It's pretty extreme, right? And then you see Lorie saying, well, I'm a people pleaser and I'm a very intelligent person, unless someone disagrees with you, right?
Had names for these evil spirits like Ned. Lorie, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lorie used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban. On July 9th of 2019, Lorie Vallow invoked Nephi when she messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles.
I just want to break in here to say this is very different to the trial in Idaho, where religion was sort of kept out, sort of sanitized out of the whole trial. You kind of got the feeling that the prosecution and the defense wanted to, felt careful that they didn't want to antagonize the jury. It feels like it's very different here, where right in the first couple of minutes, the prosecutor is talking about the religious mechanism that was sort of playing out, the belief system that was being used to action certain what can one call it, decisions, right?
After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready to be like Nephi. So how did this begin? We go back to 2018. Lorie Vallow met Chad Daybell. You will learn that in November of 2018, that Chad Daybell came to Arizona for a Preparing the People conference. And he and others stayed at Lorie and Chad's house. Charles was actually out of town with JJ. Lorie and Chad acted as if there was nothing between them, but nothing could be further from the truth. By January of 2019, Lorie Vallow claimed that Charles Vallow was possessed by an evil spirit that she called Ned. You will see text messages where Lorie and Alex refer to him as Ned. During this trial, you're going to hear.
So just FYI, so it took 6 months essentially from the time Lorie was saying that Charles was possessed to when he was killed. 6 months. That's quite a long period of premeditation, right?
Hear from some women who initially were close in Lorie's circle. These women will tell you they met her through the Preparing the People conference. They are spiritual women within the LDS church. And initially they found Lorie's spirituality infectious. But the more they listened to Lorie, the more they started to find concern with what she was saying. One of them called it red flags. Lorie began saying things like she didn't need to repent, that she was beyond that. And you'll hear from these women that that goes against everything that their religion follows. Everyone must.
She was sort of
repent.
making it as she went along, you know.
You will hear from Serena Sharp that in March of 2019, she attended a girls' weekend with Lorie and some other women. They went to the temple, they had lunch, they did volunteer activities, and then Lorie asked them to do something a little unusual. She told them that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit, and she referred to that as Ned. She told them that Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together and try to cast out this evil spirit. Serena will tell you that she didn't ask Lorie what would happen to Charles if that evil spirit went. She only knew that she had said Charles was already gone. She didn't know if he would come back or his body would just die. Later that month, on March 26th of 2019, Alex Cox texted his sister, Lorie Vallow, and said, quote, "Ned is still alive, just confirmed." Lorie responded, "It's not Ned. It's a new one. Ned is gone. No one has seen him, right?
Wasn't it
Just
Schneider
told
or
me,
something?
question mark. Alex said, "Correct. Charles' body is alive." "What did you learn?" question mark. And Lorie responded, "A lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later." As the year went by, Lorie and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You will hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lorie and some close friends, but this time Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him. Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles. In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lorie say, in response, that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks. Christina will tell you she was so disturbed by this that she actually went and confronted Lorie the next day and told her that if Charles ended up dead, she would have to go to the police. That's how disturbed she was.
I hope she did.
Now, Lorie, of course, said it was all a joke. What else could she say? But 1 month later, Alex and Lorie created that situation to be like Nephi and killed Charles. What about Charles? You're going to learn that Charles and Lorie had been together for a long time. They had adopted one of Charles's family members' children, JJ. JJ was everything to Charles. JJ was the reason Charles and Lorie were still together. You'll learn that Charles knew about Lori's beliefs, that he was called Nick or Ned or some name. You will learn that Charles told a lot of people about this. And on February 26th of 2019, Charles made a big decision.
Change the
He
world.
had $1 million life insurance policy, and his wife, Lorie Vallow, had been the beneficiary. He changed it. He changed it to his sister, Kay Woodcock. You will learn he did not have to notify Lorie about it, and she had no idea. You'll learn that Charles desperately wanted to bring Lorie back to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You will learn that he was close with Lori's brother, Adam, and he was reaching out to him during this time period. You will hear from Adam. Adam will tell you that he himself had heard the defendant say things that were outside the LDS religion, that she was translated. Charles was possessed. He knew she was no longer following the LDS faith. Then, June 28th, Charles found out that Lorie and Chad were having an affair. You will hear that he reached out to Lorie about it, Chad's wife, and out to Adam Cox about it. Now you're going to hear about a lot of these things because the police executed numerous search warrants. You're going to hear that they executed search warrants on cell phone records, cell tower records, and iCloud accounts. You're going to learn that an iCloud account is basically a service through Apple where you can store everything, photos, emails, documents, whatever you want. This can be intentional, or sometimes it can be unintentional. Your phone or your computer may be saving items there without you even realizing. You'll learn that for years, Lorie Vallow had an iCloud account that was lorieforstyle@icloud.com. But after Charles learned about Chad Daybell on that June 28th, she created a new iCloud account, lollytime@icloud account. Many of these text messages between Lorie and others that you're going to hear about at trial were recovered from those two iCloud accounts. You're also going to learn about Charles's cell phone. The police eventually recovered it, and they were able to extract the data, look at the messages and things that had been in there. And you're going to learn about those text messages with Adam Cox from July 9th through the 11th. You're going to hear from Adam that they were talking about an intervention, about maybe recording Lorie, saying these things and taking those recordings to the stake president, or just confronting the stake president about it. They didn't have an exact plan. But on July 9th, Adam agreed to fly to Phoenix to help try to talk to his sister, talk to the stake president, get her back into this faith. Ultimately, Adam flew to Phoenix on the 10th, as did Charles. Adam will tell you that he actually, when he got his reservation on the 9th from Charles, reached out to his brother, Alex. He asked to stay with him. And Alex said, sure. You'll see phone records. They had a conversation about it. But when Adam flew into Phoenix on the 10th, remember, that's after that message by Lorie that he needed to stay close to her. Adam tried texting his brother. Adam tried calling his brother. And Alex didn't respond. Adam didn't know that his brother Alex had been summoned to help his sister Lorie be like Nephi, that it was time to kill Charles. The text messages from Lorie to Alex about that intervention that she knew about and being like Nephi show that by the evening of July 9th of 2019, Lorie knew that Charles was trying to have an intervention. An intervention. In that text message, remember, she said, they are trying to have an intervention. She knew it was Charles and others. She also told her brother he had to stay close for the next couple days because she knew that she was going to be seeing Charles on the 11th when he came over to pick up their son, JJ, to take him to school. She told him, "It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you." A few minutes after Lorie had texted Alex that message on July 9th that they were going to be like Nephi, Alex called his sister Lorie, and they talked for over 56 minutes, planning how they were going to get rid of Charles. Alex would stay close with his gun, and he and Lorie would be like Nephi. July 10th of 2019 is a day before Charles was killed. We know from text messages that by 7:18 p.m., Alex was already at Lorie's house. He brought a garbage bag with some clothes and an orange duffel bag with his .45 caliber handgun and 2 extra magazines of ammunition. He was prepared. We also know that the evening of July 10th, Charles sent a message to Lorie letting her know that he would be over at 7:30 a.m. the next day to pick up JJ, to take him to school. Lorie and Alex knew exactly when this murder would happen and where it would happen. They just had to make sure that Charles stayed in the house. You'll hear that on the evening of July 10th, Charles spent his last night alive on a date. He had been on several dating apps and appeared to be moving on. You will hear from his date, Nancy Jo, that she and Charles had met on an LDS dating site a few days before. You will hear that she had talked to him and texted him for hours. Sometimes they would talk for 3 hours on the phone. Nancy Jo will tell you that Charles told her about everything of his relationship, his wife's beliefs, everything that was going on. And he had told her about this change to the beneficiary of his life insurance. She will tell you it sounded like a lot of drama, but she still was interested and wanted to meet this person, and so they met that evening for dinner. She'll tell you that she understood on the 11th that Charles would be picking up his son, that he was actually going to meet a realtor about finding a place to rent here so he could be closer to JJ, and that he was going to try to get in touch with Adam to meet up. And then they were supposed to meet later in the day. She will also tell you that she actually told Charles, kind of joking, but in a way to end the drama, "Why don't you just tell Lorie that you changed the life insurance policy so she knows it's not her?" Nancy Jo will tell you the next day, she texted Charles, she called him, and she actually thought he had ghosted her. She didn't know.
If you think about it, if Charles had told Lorie that he'd taken her off the life insurance, maybe he'd still be alive.
He was dead until a few months later when she saw something on the news, a photo of him, and actually learned that he had been killed on July 11th. So let's talk about July 11th. That morning, Lorie Vallow was up early and she was texting with Chad Daybell. You'll learn that we do not have those text messages. They were not saved in the iCloud. But we have them from the phone records.
So they were
Alex was already
deleted.
at Lorie's house with his gun.
I always find that interesting when, like, the day of the incident. So if you think about text messages, you sort of have text messages. Then when a murder, the day of the murder, there's like a hole where a lot of the messages are deleted, and then text messages continue. I always find that very interesting, and it appears that that's happened here as well.
And everyone knew that Charles was a punctual person and would be there around 7:30 to pick up JJ so he could get to school. You're going to learn that, like many people, Charles had left his GPS data locating service on his phone. So that means when his phone is moving around, it was constantly documenting with GPS the location of the phone. During this trial, you're actually going to see this data mapped out. You'll be able to see Charles come to the house, and then you're going to see his phone leave with the defendant.
And I mean, that is, to me, pretty smoking gun evidence. The fact that Charles's phone goes with Lorie is not innocent, is it?
And what she does all day with it.
Yeah, what she does all day with Charles's phone.
What we know is that Charles arrived at Lorie's house at about 7:35. He texted Adam Cox and told him that Alex, or Al, is here. You'll see from photos that Alex's truck was parked in the driveway. Adam responded, "Really, I wonder why he never called me back." Charles didn't respond to that. Adam then texted, "They're planning something." And Charles responded, "Absolutely." Adam told Charles, "I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that." Charles told Adam, "What you do is up to you." Adam then told Charles he was going to reach out to Alex and ask him to come get him and see what Alex would do. And in fact, he did text his brother. You'll learn that Charles read that text message from Adam, but he didn't respond. Adam sent one more text message to Charles at 7:49 a.m. on July 11th. He told him that he and his son were going to go play basketball at 8 p.m. to look for a specific church leader who was usually there and have a conversation with him. Charles Vallow never read that message, but you will learn that Lorie and Alex did. Charles went to the front door of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, a house that he had rented for his wife, Lorie Vallow, a house that he paid for. Charles would have had to knock on the door, alerting Lorie and Alex that he was there. He got JJ, put him out in the car. And then Lorie Vallow created the reason to keep Charles from just leaving with JJ. Lorie Vallow wanted to stop this intervention. Lorie Vallow wanted to stop Charles and Adam from trying to take her temple recommend away. Lorie Vallow, who wanted to be Lorie Daybell, and Lorie Vallow, who wanted Charles's money. So Lorie took Charles's cell phone, and she refused to give it back. Lorie Vallow, or Lorie Daybell, whatever name you want to call her by, is why Charles didn't just leave with JJ that morning. Lorie Vallow is why Alex was able to shoot Charles. Lorie Vallow is why Charles is dead.
I just want to quickly make a comment here. In the story that Tylee told, and I think Alex as well, and Lorie as well, it's that Charles was belligerent, Charles was aggressive, Charles was threatening, all these different things. But let me ask you a question. If you were in a situation with a ex-partner, ex-spouse, whatever, and they took your phone, how would you respond? Like these days, your phone is one of the most important things that you have. It's quite hard to replace in a way. It's in some cases very expensive to replace, but especially if it's taken from you by like an ex, how do you think you would respond? I mean, I just want to humanize this. You know, if an ex-boyfriend of yours or whatever took your phone, would you just do nothing? Would you shrug? Would you walk away, or would you sort of pursue that person to get your phone back, right? I know what I would do. I would try and get the phone back. It would seem quite simple. Give me the phone back, kind of thing, right? And that's, I think, what Charles did, except he was effectively being lured to his own death through that. And one wonders whether that was part of the ruse, whether that was part of the plan.
I want to tell you a little bit about the scene, this house, so you can understand what's happening here. When you walk in the front door, there's a big room.
Bare
It's
room.
empty, no
Yeah.
furniture. There were mirrors on 2 of the walls, windows on a 3rd wall, and the 4th wall had doorways going into the kitchen and a hallway off to the bedrooms. This is where Charles Vallow was killed.
Mm.
This is where Alex Cox shot him 2 times.
Yeah.
The first shot to Charles Vallow was to his chest. It exited out his back. Charles Vallow fell to the ground. He put his left hand to this wound, and blood transferred onto it. You will hear from the medical examiner that this shot went through his heart,
Sure.
and that a person can take seconds to up to 2 minutes to die from that type of wound. You will hear that a person can still talk and move after they're shot in the heart. And we know Charles was able to move since he put his dominant left hand on his chest and transferred that blood to his hand. You will see that. As Charles lay on the floor of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, Alex Cox stood at his feet and fired a second shot. That shot entered his abdomen and it exited his left shoulder.
Not self-defense, right?
The angle was significantly upward. Dr. Baumgartner, who is the medical examiner, will tell you that this wound was shored. You will learn that shored means that there was something hard behind that wound.
The wooden
So
floor.
when the bullet exited it, it caused a different tearing pattern than the other wound that exited Charles's back. It is this shored wound, this exit on Charles's left shoulder, that shows us that there was nothing accidental about this second shot. You will learn from the cell phone that at 7:49, Lorie left Charles's house, or left her house with Charles's cell phone, his wallet, his rental car, and JJ and Tylee. She drove to Burger King, Walgreens, dropped JJ off at school.
I must say that going to Burger King is just shows how Lorie could just compartmentalize all of this in a pretty heartless way, right?
Before she and her daughter Tylee drove back to the house. During this time, while Lorie is driving around in Charles's car with his phone, she spoke with her brother Alex twice. The first call was at 7:52 a.m., 3 minutes after she left. The second call was at 8:06 a.m., 17 minutes after she left. You will hear that when Alex and Lorie are talking, neither of them had called 911 yet. In fact, you will hear that Alex didn't call 911 until 47 minutes after Lorie left. Charles Vallow lay dead on the floor of that house for 47 minutes before he called 911. During this 47 minutes, Alex began staging the scene and making mistakes. You're going to learn that the police found a bat that was located on the right side of Charles to the north of his head.
So it does seem like Tylee lied to protect her mother and Alex.
Like he had been holding against one of the walls that had mirrors on it. What you're going to learn that is Alex forgot that Charles was left-handed. In fact, you're going to learn that Charles was a semi-professional baseball player. He pitched and he batted left-handed. So that bat was on the wrong side. Next, you're going to hear about an injury to Alex himself. Lorie had told police
Top of
that
his
Charles
head.
hit Alex in the head with this bat before Alex shot Charles. Classic self-defense. But in all cases, we must look at the physical evidence because it doesn't lie. And the physical evidence doesn't have a bias or a memory loss. Sometimes it's the lack of physical evidence that doesn't lie.
I often say that.
So again, we know that this room where Charles was shot had no furniture, mirrors, 2 walls. You learn that although Lorie claimed that Charles hit Alex with that bat and then Alex shot him in self-defense, that Alex's gun had no blood transferred on it. Alex was allegedly struck in the head with a bat by a semi-professional baseball player. Doesn't go unconscious, and he never touches that injury. Pulls out a gun, is able to shoot this man twice, and then he takes the gun down a hallway, puts it into a room. Never apparently touching his head or this wound. And again, Lorie says that Alex was hit with the bat in this room by Charles. But again, what we don't see is any blood on the floor. Charles strikes Alex in the head with a bat. They're grappling on the ground. There's not a single drop of blood on the ground in that room. There's pooling of blood around Charles as he lay there on the ground. There's not a drop of blood going down the hallway to where Alex put the gun. There's not a drop of blood in the room where Alex put that gun. There's not a drop of blood on the floor in the kitchen where Alex went to go wash his hands. There are no towels, sheets, clothing, napkins with blood on them, where Alex was holding his head and trying to stop this bleeding from this injury. You will see on body-worn camera, Alex Cox, who's on with 911, come out of the house. He will have a phone in one hand and his other hand up, and you will notice that he actually has a pair of sunglasses resting on the top of his head.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You will see at some point, Alex.
You'd think if you've been hit on the head, you're not going to have glasses on the top of your head. And remember, he was bald, right?
Sits down, and they ask him to move to another location. They talk to him for a while, and then you'll see him eventually touch his head a few times, and then he obtains a napkin or towel, something. And you'll see him at times rubbing his head, patting it. That is the only bloody item you will see. Those sunglasses on Alex's head. He is struck in the head by a baseball player while grappling on the ground. He then pulls out a gun and shoots his brother, puts away this gun, deals with his injury, and yet those sunglasses are still right there on the top of his head. No blood on the floors, no blood on the gun, no damage to the mirrors, bat on the wrong side. The lack of physical evidence to help support this self-defense claim. Next, trajectory. The medical examiner will talk to you about the trajectory through Charles's body. The detectives are going to talk to you about the trajectory through the room. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that the trajectory of that first shot to Charles, the one that went through his chest, through his heart, and out his back, was front to back and slightly downward. It will be less than an inch downward. The detectives will tell you that the bullet from that shot, actually, as it exited Charles's back, ended up across the room in the baseboard. They pulled it out and recovered it. Both of them will say that this shot is consistent with Charles being standing upright with a person in front of him. The gun could be slightly down, or his hand could cause that little bit of downward angle. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that that second shot that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder, that the trajectory of that shot was front to back and significantly upward, 13 inches upward. Dr. Baumgartner is also the one who will tell you about that shored wound. What you will hear from the detectives, though, is that when they found Charles on the ground, off to the side of his left shoulder was the other bullet on the ground, not embedded. They'll also tell you that when they finally moved Charles, they took his body away, they cleaned up the blood on the ground, and they noticed a defect in the flooring, in the wood, consistent with a bullet striking the ground. That defect was located where Charles's left shoulder had been. You will hear that both Dr. Baumgartner and the detectives found the trajectory. The wounds were consistent with Charles laying on the ground, Alex being at his feet when that second shot was fired. The physical evidence does not lie. Charles was on the ground when Alex Cox fired that second shot. The injuries to Charles, the location of the bullet strikes, the trajectory of the injuries both in Charles and in the house all show this was not self-defense. This was a staged murder scene. I told you that Lorie Vallow left the house at 7:49 a.m., and we know this because of Charles Vallow's cell phone. The 911 call was placed at 8:36 a.m., 47 minutes later. The police arrived at 5531 South Four Peaks Place at about 8:41 a.m. Lorie Vallow and her daughter Tylee returned to the house at 8:48 a.m. When the police first contacted Lorie Vallow, they thought she had no idea that her husband was dead, that he'd been shot and killed.
Nonchalance, right?
Initially, you will see body cam footage of an officer going up and just getting her information. Lorie doesn't ask, why are all these police here? Why is there a fire truck here?
Yeah.
Why is my brother sitting on the ground over there? Is he okay? Instead, she comments about her neighbors. You'll learn that the police then pulled her aside to do what they call a death notification, to let her know that her husband was dead. Only to their surprise, she told them she knew, she was there. So at this point, the police knew they needed to take her to the police station and question her. You'll learn that Lorie Vallow was interviewed by the police. She was treated very kindly. The police asked her what happened. Lorie Vallow told the police that she took Charles's cell phone. She admitted that she was the reason that Charles didn't just leave and take JJ to school. She told police in no uncertain terms that Charles was demanding his phone back, and she refused to give it back. She told the police that even as Charles screamed at her for his phone, she walked away from him, wouldn't give it to him. No matter what happened or what Charles said or did, she would not give his phone back to him. Lorie told police that her daughter Tylee came out of the room during this screaming with a bat, that Charles took it away from Tylee, and Tylee fell on the ground, and she told Tylee to go out to the car with JJ. She still didn't return the phone. She told police that Alex came out, that he and Charles got into this scuffle with the bat, that Charles hit him in the head with the bat. She still didn't give Charles back the phone. What she did instead was take his phone and go around that wall into the kitchen. Left the situation. Time to let brother Alex be Nephi. While she's in the kitchen, she said she heard the gunshot, came out, saw Charles on the ground, and her brother standing at Charles's feet. Then she told the police she left. You'll learn that the police actually had no idea that Lorie still had Charles's phone. Even when they're interviewing her, she still had it. Police are processing the house, looking for it. Where is it? I can't find it. Later in the afternoon, you'll hear that the police actually called Lorie and Alex and asked them to come back to the scene. And when Lorie arrived, they told her they couldn't find Charles's phone. And she told the detective that she found the phone in the car. Found it in the car. She gave Charles's phone to Detective Enplan and then provided her with Charles's PIN number to get into the phone.
She had that.
You'll learn that after those interviews in the morning, Lorie and Alex went back to Alex's house in Santan. And there they went through Charles's phone. You'll learn that Alex actually took photos of some of the messages between Charles and Adam, including Adam's flight reservations. And he later sent those to his sister, Lorie. July 11th. Lorie didn't tell any of Charles's family he was dead. She didn't tell Adam that Charles was dead. She certainly knows they'd been talking. The next day, Lorie texted Charles's sons from his prior marriage and told them, "Your dad is dead." Charles's sons reached out to their Aunt Kay about this, and you'll learn that Kay and her husband had to Google this, see if it was true. They found out that Charles had been shot. So what about the money? That life insurance policy. Charles Vallow had $1 million life insurance policy. When he got it, his wife, Lorie Vallow, was the beneficiary. We know that Charles died on a Thursday, July 11th. That next Monday, July 15th, Lorie Vallow called Banner Life Insurance. The call was recorded and you will hear it. She told the agent that Charles had been accidentally shot. It was an accident. And that she was the beneficiary. Both of those statements are not correct. There was nothing accidental about that shooting, and she was not the beneficiary. 3 days later, on July 18th, Lorie Vallow learned that she was not the beneficiary. Banner Life Insurance could not and would not tell her who Charles had changed it to. But Lorie was angry about it.
No doubt.
You're going to learn that on July 18th of 2019, there's another very important text message in this case. The first one on July 9th between Lorie and Alex when they discussed being like Nephi. And on July 18th, 7 days after Lorie and Alex killed Charles and Lorie learned she is not getting $1 million life insurance policy, she sends a message to Chad Daybell. Quote, "So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. You can't tell me who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS." In this text message, Lorie tells Chad that it was probably Ned, that evil spirit inhabiting Charles's body, that changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of him. before they killed him. After Lorie found out that she was not the beneficiary, she was so angry that she actually went through Charles's laptop, found the beneficiary change form, sent photos of that to Chad. She also confronted Kay about it. The $1 million she had expected to get was gone, but as Lorie told Chad on the 18th, she was still going to get money from the death of Charles. Lorie knew already that a month before going to see Social Security, how much money she would get for JJ and for herself as a caregiver as a result of Charles being killed. $4,000 a month.
See how the motive is greed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case is going to show you that Lorie Vallow, Daybell, conspired with her brother Alex Cox to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. When Charles let Lorie know he was coming into town, she quickly got the pieces into place. Alex came to her house with a gun. Lorie created the way to keep Charles inside the house so that Alex and she could be like Nephi. To kill Charles Vallow to better at least her life so she could be with Chad and she could live off that life insurance policy. As we go through this trial, you will see photos of Charles's injury, photos of the crime scene, and hear testimony that will prove that this was not self-defense. As we go through this trial, you'll be provided with phone calls, emails, text messages, and hear testimony that lays out the motive for this murder: money.
But you hear that? The motive is money.
You will see text messages and hear from people who Lorie trusted and who were later pushed away. People who really don't want to be part of this trial, but were pulled into it by this defendant and her desire to get rid of Charles to be with Chad. People who heard Lorie for months saying Charles was gone, possessed. People who will establish that this murder was premeditated. You will hear text messages from July 9th by Lorie to her brother, Alex Cox, that he had to stay near her, that it was all coming to a head, and she would be like Nephi, and so would he. A justified killing, just like the prophet. And later, the text message to Chad where she told him that Charles changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of Ned. A confession by Lorie of how religion and money were twisted to justify Charles's murder. At the end of this trial, the state will come to you and ask you to hold the defendant responsible for the death of Charles Vallow and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
All right. Will the defendant be giving an opening statement? Okay, because of the lunch hour, your opening statement will start after lunch. I'm going to excuse the jury for lunch. I'm going to ask juror 3 to stay back. I need to talk to you about something. Please remember the admonition, jurors. We'll see you. Let's start. Everyone be back in the jury room about 1:20 p.m. and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, so I'm a little bit bummed out that we're not going to hear Lorie respond like immediately, especially because I think Lorie would have been triggered by a lot of what was said, and now this is giving her a chance to kind of calm down. Okay, come on, up, come away, come on. So I've got a couple of comments to make about the, by the way, this is Timmy, for those who don't know, right? He definitely is in need of a bit of a shave and maybe even a bath. Yeah, she's defending herself. She's also representing herself. So, yeah, a couple of comments. Well, let's first hear from you guys. How much would you give the prosecutor out of 10 for that opening statement? Points out of 10 for that opening statement. What do you guys think? Yeah, I would actually say that as well. I'd give her 8 out of 10. Although an opening statement isn't meant to be evidence, to her credit, she was very heavy on the evidence. It was very fact-based, very factual, right? I felt it was a little bit too long. She repeated herself once or twice. I think it could have been about 10 minutes shorter. Another thing, and I mean, I say this in almost every case, I think it's a mistake not to use the digital screens in the courtroom. As far as I know, that courtroom does have them. You would use those screens to, for example, show the text messages and just to clarify some points, the timelines, instead of describing the room that she was describing where Charles Vallow died, you could show a picture of it. And I do think it could be that the prosecutor wanted to form a relationship with the jury, you know, to sort of connect with them, to have a conversation with them. And in a way, you know, a projector can kind of break that connection in a sense. I think the benefit of the clarity in using something like that outweighs that other aspect. I think what you really want, think about what you've just heard. It's really about storytelling, right? When you hear opening statement, it's kind of a story, and certainly in terms of this first step in the trial process, it's a contest of stories. Who tells the best story in terms of a story that sticks to the facts of the case? And what goes into telling the best story? Well, it shouldn't be too long. It shouldn't be only facts, but also by the same token, it can't be completely devoid of facts as well. So I do think it was clever of the prosecutor to open with Lorie's own words. That's very difficult to dispute or argue against. And it's also very difficult to argue against the rest of it, the timelines and the context. How is Lorie going to explain the prayers and everything that was taking place at that time? I think it's going to be quite difficult for her. How's she going to explain why it took 47 minutes before calling 911? How is she going to explain, you know, herself on the scene, not having any questions? It's nothing about why are the police here? What has happened? Yeah, so 8 out of 10. I was thinking of taking off a point because she didn't use the projectors, but she did, you know, stick to her script, and she told quite a clear narrative. I thought she touched on a lot of the pertinent points, the religious context, the relationship context, the someone actually asked a question. I wonder what hold Lorie had over Alex. You must remember, Alex was a down on his luck kind of stand-up comedian. He sort of didn't have any money, and I think it's possible that he was actually in love with his sister. And a question that has certainly has arisen is, you know, was there some sort of sexual relationship? Bear in mind, Lorie is, well, I don't know if she still is, but she certainly was quite an attractive woman. And Alex, I think, was basically a single dude. And I think towards the end of his life, Chad and Lorie sort of set him up with a woman, and, you know, wanted him to kind of get married. So yeah, I think that's definitely a side aspect that is worth thinking about. The other thing is, I suppose you don't even need any kind of relationship between them the religious thing could be enough to make him a bit cuckoo as well. And I think that's quite interesting, is Alex's cuckoo-ness compared to Lorie's. I think that's also quite interesting. Mr. Jones says this trial is a lot to digest. Christina says the case is compelling even if you read it from a notebook with a monotone voice. She could have put more heart in it. She did enough though. Yeah, I mean, it is very compelling. By the way, did you know that Vincent van Gogh was shot in a very similar way, certainly in terms of the trajectory, was very similar to Charles Vallow. It sort of went into his abdomen, and I think the bullet would have exited his shoulder, except that it hit his spine and then sort of bounced around. But if you think about it, the story that Van Gogh took his own life doesn't really make sense. Why would you shoot yourself from that angle? And I believe he was shot when he was lying down, in the same way that Charles Vallow was. I've actually written a book about that, and I'm going to be talking about that perhaps later this week. Heidi says, I think Alex was infatuated with his sister. You must remember, Lorie wasn't just attractive. She was an ex-beauty queen, and Alex sort of had known her for quite a while. So I think that's a factor. I also think it's quite interesting if you think about the Lorie Vallow case and the Ramsey case. Is it possible that you can, if your sister is a beauty queen, is it possible that you're going to find her attractive? I think it's quite an interesting question. Linda, yeah, I've written a book, The Murder of Vincent van Gogh, and it's, I think, quite a strong case that I make in terms of that. Okay, I might be taking a 20-minute break. Okay. Tufu says, how many books have you written and where can we find them? I've written over 100 books, and you can find them on Amazon. This is The Murder of Vincent van Gogh. You can see it's quite well reviewed. 45 reviews, quite a high rating. And then, yeah, you can, let's just move this away. You can go to my Amazon author page at this link. It's basically, I'll put the link in chat, but it's basically all of these titles. You can see Chris Watts, the 96 Everest disaster, John Monet Ramsey, Scott Peterson. You can see they're all pretty well reviewed. Right now, it's the, how can I put it? It's the season for Everest. A lot of the climbers are heading to Everest right now in April, and a lot of them are reading these books on Everest and the Himalayas. So every year around this time, these books become a lot more popular. But there are also books on Scott Peterson, Madeleine McCann, and so on. Let's see if we can see a couple more. I've also written about Rebecca Zahau, Casey Anthony. There's the Rebecca Zahau book, Amanda Knox, Jodi Arias, the West Memphis 3, and so on and so on. Letitia Stork as well. So I'll put a link to that in chat. Thanks for the question. Amundsen says, what's her body count? Looks like about 4 victims. It's interesting that Chad Daybell isn't on trial. I think a case could possibly be made that he was perhaps an accessory after the fact, but definitely Lorie and her brother, definitely. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Could you describe how you write your book? books in a series. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Heidi says, I've read a ton of Nick's books. Thanks a lot for that, Heidi. Hazel says you've got to read at least one of his books. Okay. Thanks for that, Linda. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, so does that answer your question? How many books have I written about? I think something like 101, but it's over 100 books, and depends on how you count them, I guess, as well. I'm not sure what you mean by the current state. So, when I write a book, I don't sort of sit down and say I'm going to write 3 books or 5 books or 10 books. I investigate a case, and some cases are really, what's the word? They really evolve. A good example is the Amanda Knox case, where she goes on trial, is convicted, she appeals that, she's acquitted, she goes on trial again, is convicted again, goes on trial again, is acquitted, finally, and then many years later she's reconvicted for slander. If you think about that, in a way, you could argue it's 4 or 5 different court processes where a heck of a lot of evidence is led. And you might be thinking, well, I just want to tell the story of what happened here, but there's so much that happens in the aftermath, all the trials, all the interviews, all the PR, all the storytelling, the books, and so on. And sometimes it feels like the case has been forgotten about, and then you sort of feel like you really want to dig into the details. So sometimes when you write the first book, you realize you got a basic understanding of the facts, but then you sort of realize there are a lot of additional areas to cover, and then that leads to the next book, and so on. I know in the Ramsey series, I felt that I wanted to do one book on the 6 years between 2000 and 2006, another book on the next 6 years, and another book on the next 6 years. And arguably, you could do another book or 2 on the next 6 years and the next 6 years. So that's kind of how it evolves. I do find you can do a case. You can do it justice by doing a series far more than trying to say absolutely everything in one book, which is very hard to do. Lawrence Schiller did an excellent job at that with the help of Charlie Brennan, but it is actually pretty difficult to do, especially if you're working on your own and you're doing all the research. I'm not sure if that's directed to me or somebody else. Okay, I think I'm going to take a break. I need to get a little bit of dinner, and I might also make myself some coffee. I think we're going to be back here in about 20 minutes or so. So I'll see you guys then. Are there any other points to? Okay, so I'll see you guys a little bit later. Timmy says goodbye. See you guys. About 20, actually it's a bit more than that, about 30 minutes from now. Guys, make yourselves a cup of coffee. I'll see you guys soon.
Case. I think not least because John Ramsey was employed by a large American defense contractor, and that was a sensitive time for aeronautics companies as well, who were consolidating at the time. I mean, just the very next year, Access Graphics was disposed of for $2.8 billion to General Electric. But the point was, it was politically sensitive for Portugal as well. They were going to sign a treaty and have a big meeting with European nations that same year. And so it was important to maintain good relations with other European nations, including, at the time, the UK.
There is a different feel to this inquiry and to the coverage. Much more speculation surrounding the McCanns and the fate of their daughter.
And the thing is the same, because the only people that they were investigating behind this possibility were the McCanns.
And so even if there were possibilities, even if there was evidence, you kind of get the sense that there wasn't really political will to go in that direction. When last has the media said anything like that? You know, that there's a different feel to the inquiry. There's a lot more speculation surrounding the McCanns. Has the media said anything like that recently? I would say not recently, perhaps not even since 2008. So let me ask you, do you think politics helped or harmed these cases? Do you think politics played any role in these cases? Because one thing we can say that's similar is that both cases remained unsolved decades later. So is the political dimension and the unsolved aspect coincidence, or are both cases simply both tricky in the legal sense, in the sense of being difficult to be actionable in the legal sense? And I think you could even combine those to say legally tricky, and then there's a political aspect to it as well. Or are they really so complicated, and then they were made a lot more complicated, especially by harnessing the media to effectively control the narrative or influence the narrative or turn what happened into something else? Because what is indisputable is that at one time in both these cases, the media seemed to accept one version of events, that the parents were suspects, and now in both cases, they no longer do. Of course, in both cases, the media found themselves as recipients of pretty damaging, really ruinous lawsuits, particularly where they expressed the possibility of the parents' involvement. So is it any wonder that today they don't? Is it because they can't? Can they? Anyway, I'd love to hear your opinions on these topics in the comments. I'm not going to take it further than that. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you guys next time.
Oops, I think that can be heard. Okay, guys, so I think court should resume any minute now, and it should be pretty interesting to see Lorie. It's Lorie's turn to do opening statements. She could, of course, pass on that and simply not do opening statements, but I've got a feeling that she is going to. Right, so let's have a look at that interview again where Lorie says she's basically teaching the girls, this is in jail, aerobics. It's quite interesting that she shakes her head the whole time. It's not necessarily, sometimes people do emphasize what they're saying by shaking their heads, but I mean, many times it's when it's like, wow, I was really exhausted when that happened. It's if you're shaking your head when you're saying that, doesn't mean you weren't exhausted. But you would think that to emphasize how much you loved someone, you wouldn't be shaking your head. I love them so much, compared to I love them so much, right? So, obviously it's a relevant question. If someone killed not just their one child, but the other one as well, did she love her children? And I think the answer is, I think she loved herself a heck of a lot more. She loves herself a heck of a lot more. What do you guys think? Do you think Lorie will take the stand? I mean, think about what we're dealing with. Lorie is representing herself, right? So she's certainly not shy. In a way, representing herself is kind of taking a stand, right? But will she take the stand? I think she will. I think she's gone through one trial where she didn't do that. And I think Lorie kind of suspects in a way that trials are like conspiracies in a way. And so to avoid that, to avoid the forces that be taking control of her destiny, she wants to take control of her destiny. And I think in the same way that there's this sort of arrogant idea that within a sort of a cult scenario, you can brainwash people and you can influence people and you can manipulate people. I think it's that same psychology in the courtroom where, if I stand up there and I tell my story, I can possibly influence people. And don't underestimate that. I mean, we saw, although I think it's completely different in a sense, we saw that with the Alec Baldwin trial. Baldwin's presence in that courtroom, I think, shook everybody, and look at the outcome there. Now, I don't think Lorie has that kind of personal power, but I think she imagines that she does. I think she imagines she has exactly that kind of personal power. Well, I guess time's going to tell, right? Herself her own questions, but not in terms of the prosecutor. The prosecutor would be, I guess, cross-examining her. And I think that's where it's going to get quite meaty. Well, I wonder when this trial's going to resume. They seem to be a bit tardy, right? Nothing happening as of yet. An aspect that I think is fascinating to think about in this case is Lorie Vallow, the beauty queen. I mean, she's not just a beauty queen, but that's certainly part of who she was. And I think it's quite a big part of who she was. I mean, Lorie looks very, very different when her hair's not blonde. Lorie looks very different also when she's not wearing makeup. And I think a lot of Lorie's influence over men and over the people around her has been based on her beauty to some extent, on her charisma and on appearances. And we are, after all, living in a world that is very susceptible to appearances. And so a beauty queen can go a long way in a world like that. And I think Lorie has surfed the wave of her own beauty, but until it sort of reached a limit. And I think she's possibly being introduced to those limits now. And yeah, I mean, it's just interesting to think about, beauty queen can sort of imagine that the world's their oyster just based on their, because of their looks, that they have this power, right? And it's not to be sniffed at. It's real, but it's not necessarily as real as the beauty queen might imagine it to be. In other words, appearances can take you a long way, but can they take you all the way, right? And I think quite a interesting analogy in terms of this is the ransom note in the Ramsey case. That can take you to a certain point, but is it enough? And I mean, certainly in the Ramsey case, the ransom note did its job, right? I mean, you could even argue that it ultimately succeeded in doing its job. But there you had a beauty queen who had a degree and was married to a CEO and, was pretty smart. Here you have a different kind of beauty queen. I guess we're about to see how well she's going to present to the jury. I wonder to what extent is she going to present herself as a kind of a religious figure, or is she going to not talk about that at all? For me, I must say that's quite an interesting question. What do you guys think? Do you think if you were Lorie, would you bring religion into your trial, into your defense, or wouldn't you? I can't help thinking 5 Eastern time. I thought he said past. Well, 5 Eastern time is another 10 minutes. Wow. What would you guys do if you were in her position? Would you bring religion into it? I think I would, because if you have one juror that is going to be perhaps swayed by that aspect, then maybe it's worth going into. Heidi says Patsy was a lot different because she was a journalism major. I think she was a better actor than Lorie, both being beauty queens. I think what you're going to notice when Lorie does her opening statements is the language. You're going to hear a lot of words like things, stuff, like, whatever, and it's going to be very different to the presentation we've just heard. And that is a factor, that's a factor in terms of her credibility. Tufu says, if I were her, I would just continue complaining about the system. Misty Mountain says, if you bring it in, then people aren't supposed to judge you if it's your religious beliefs. What I wouldn't be surprised to hear is some kind of story regarding Charles being abusive. In other words, so one thing I think you can't deny. So in other words, often in a legal setting like this, they talk about common cause. It's the area in which both sides agree that the same set of circumstances took place. So the common cause in terms of both sides would be that Charles was shouting, right? And I think Lorie could make the case that whatever was going on, she was afraid. Of course, that's only going to play if you've got a limited attention span and you've forgotten the whole context surrounding that, which was, you know, her saying things are coming to a head and that whole SMS exchange. How are you going to explain that? How is Lorie going to explain that? That's the question. DJ says, I think she's going to say she is a religious woman, so she could never hurt someone. She'll also say she's the only one who was there, so only she knows. Yeah. If you think about it, out of everyone who was there, she's the only one who's left. Charles is dead. Alex is dead. Tylee's dead. JJ's dead. So you're right. In a way, she could sort of say, you know, I was there, and maybe she's going to throw Alex under the bus. You know, Alex felt a certain way. I guess we'll see. But explaining away her own text, that's, I think, going to be quite difficult. I do think if she emphasizes the trauma of the divorce and Charles was scaring her and whatever, you know, that's definitely going to be a factor. Or Charles was owed her money and was not treating her properly. You know, that might resonate with some people. It's kind of an interesting question. I heard some of that being discussed during the pre-trial phase. I didn't listen to everything, but I certainly listened to a fair amount. So I could be wrong in how I sort of summarize this, but from what I remember, that the judge said that he didn't want her previous convictions to be prejudicial, in the sense that he didn't want the specifics of her conviction to be known to the jury, but he was okay with the fact that she's been convicted for other crimes. So I'm not sure exactly how that's going to play out. I'm not sure if they can say that she's been convicted for murder previously, or whether that she's just been convicted for other crimes. I think they're not allowed to say that she was convicted for the murders of her own children. I think they would consider that prejudicial. To be honest, I would have a hard time thinking that the jury wouldn't know this, that the jury wouldn't be aware of this anyway. I mean, I didn't sit in on that, on jury selection. I don't know if they chose jurors who didn't know anything about the case. I just think it would be quite difficult to find someone who would know literally nothing about this case. But that's me. So it's a good point, Heidi. Hazel Eye says, who else has ever represented themselves in a murder trial? Well, Letitia Stork, I think, tried to, or that was sort of on the cards. In fact, there's quite a lot of similarity between Letitia Stork and Lorie Vallow. There was both a period where their competency was being evaluated and then sort of reevaluated. It was definitely something that took a while. I'm trying to think of anyone else. You know, even Alex Murdaugh, he didn't represent himself. He's a lawyer. He didn't represent himself. I'm trying to think if he did represent himself at any point, because there were quite a few trials that he was sort of involved in. But Just think about that. Even a qualified lawyer chose to have someone else represent himself, right? I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that has ever represented themselves. Can't really think of anyone. Yeah, that guy. Oh yes, the suitcase murder. Yeah, yeah. And that's why I'm hoping that this trial is not going to be too much like that. Like, I'm not really here for the circus. I'm here to really deal with the evidence. So, we'll see.
Interesting.
Just see where we are with the live feed. Oh, it looks like something is happening. Well, you're right. Coverage will resume at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Must say, it hasn't been the best day just in terms of getting the show on the road, has it? So there's the judge. If you are just joining us, we're about to hear Lorie Vallow giving her opening statement. So we want to look at how long she does, how long she presents, and whether she touches on religion, whether she counters any of the opening statements that preceded her opening statements. Of course, a lawyer, but in this case, she is, it's her prerogative if she wants to do that. I think it's a little bit tricky, though, to do that because you really just want to present your side without being too defensive about it right out the gate. There might be one area that she wants to sort of highlight, so we'll see if she does that. I'm sure there's been quite a lot of fine-tuning of the. I wonder if there's been much oh no. I guess the jury's coming in now or something. I presume there's been some fine-tuning of her opening statement, which she may have prepped and practiced with her, legal counsel's input. So we'll see. We'll see whether it seems like that has happened. I wouldn't be surprised if it has. Lorie strikes me as the kind of person who kind of makes things up as she goes along. Kind of fly in the seat of your pants kind of thing. Alison says Lorie will be succinct. You think so? Alison says, I think she'll be less than 5 minutes. I think she'll be longer than that, but we'll see. I definitely don't think she's going to present as long as the prosecutor did. Must say the laws governing, the sort of protocols governing conduct in court are definitely changing. I've seen people saying, they don't want the demeanor of jurors described anymore. They don't want that sort of invasion of privacy to an extent from the cameras in the courtroom. Not obviously the cameras can't show the jurors, but to some extent journalists in the courtroom. It's just interesting how the media coverage of trials is changing and how it needs to change in order to protect the. Oh, there she is. So here we go. Are we going to get audio? I think I need to.
Gentlemen of the jury, I have been charged with a crime, a serious crime. And the only question here is, did I commit this crime? Conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people to commit a crime. Okay, so you see, okay. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006. It will show that it was my fourth marriage and Charles' third marriage. At that time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great nephew, JJ, who was born in 2012.
It's quite good so far, right?
It will also show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children. The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor, selling life insurance policies and annuities, and owned his own business. The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. The evidence will show that Charles was 17 years older than me, and that because of Charles' age and an issue that he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that I could be approved for because of my age and my health was $2 million.
Interesting.
The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage, that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. The evidence will show that this was Charles' job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy.
She's talking a
on
lot
me,
about
and he
money,
was the
isn't
sole
she?
beneficiary. The evidence will show that Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years. That he was, in fact, a baseball player, and that he played high school, college ball, and AAA ball, and that he was, in fact, a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw, they call him, but he was a right-handed batter, as could be attested to by anybody who knew Charles well.
I think she's responded to the opening in that
The
respect.
evidence will show that Tylee was, and in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2017. The evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married, and that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017.
Quite interesting.
The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security
I'm going to
office.
object to hearsay.
Sustain.
Oopsie.
It will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 of March in 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019. The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston, Texas, while we were temporarily separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April 2019 to reconcile. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism. It's called Lauren's Life Academy. The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee, JJ, and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lauren's Life Academy since he had a difficult time with the Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him, so Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. On the day in question, July 11th, 2019, Charles and I were renting 2 houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our 2 minor children, Tylee and JJ. By this time, our 3 older boys, Colby, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at home any longer. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July, that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister Summer, and that worried her. The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th, as we've heard from the state. The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior. The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business all the time and stayed in hotels all the time, and that I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. The evidence will show that Charles did in fact fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stayed in the hotel that I booked for him. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same day, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles planned to come to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will also show you that Lauren's Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. And the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler residence around 7:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles began texting with my brother, Adam Cox, before he entered our residence. And that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communications that my other brother, Alex Cox, was at the residence. The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th, that Tylee was asleep in her room and my brother Alex was asleep in the guest room. The evidence will show that when Charles entered the house, only JJ and I were awake and present. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him his phone. The evidence will show that Charles' screaming woke up Tylee and Alex. The evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepfather, Charles Vallow. The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat.
Well, she's starting to cry, but does she say why she took his phone?
And that after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground. And Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat.
So that's kind of like an inversion. It's not that Charles falls on the ground and is shot. Now Tylee is falling on the ground and is going to be hit. Of course, she's not here to testify.
The evidence will show that Alex then intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun. He was not wearing a shirt. He was pulling up his jeans because he just woke up and came into the room where he heard the screaming. The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car in the driveway. The evidence will show that after the struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen. The evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun. The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car. Tylee was trying to keep.
So, when she says the evidence will show, you almost get the idea she thinks if she says it 1,000 times, eventually that's going to become the truth. The evidence will show that it was self-defense. The evidence will show it's self-defense. The evidence will show it's self-defense. And although that might sound like stupidity, that if you just say something enough times, it does actually work with some people. Telling something that's not true repeatedly does sometimes sow a seed in some people's minds. Not the fact that it's not, you're not arguing common sense or reasoning. You're simply reinforcing a thought that might just catch in someone's mind. And think about prayers and songs, how they are repetitive as well, and which makes them catchy.
Amen. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence towards JJ's school. Can I grab a tissue?
Yes.
The evidence will show that I drove the children through the Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ.
Now, what's I think interesting to think about is here when she's telling the story, she's emotional, she's crying, she's reaching for a tissue, but actually at the scene, she was joking about her neighbor, right? And I think that is quite an elegant way of suggesting how manipulative Lorie can be.
The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school. So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement. The evidence will show that Tylee and I returned directly to our residence where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by the Chandler police officers. And the evidence will show
we've got some breaking news, by the way.
By the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away. The evidence will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, and that we were all three separated into interrogation rooms and we were each interviewed. The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought back together into a room at the Chandler Police Department and were introduced to a victim's advocate who was very kind to us. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself were put back into the police van and driven back to our residence. We were directed by the Chandler detectives to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will show that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. The evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head. The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them through the events that occurred with the detectives at the residence. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. And the evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffett, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inkland in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inkland asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone. Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inkland at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone was placed in the custody of Chandler police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inkland asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inkland. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained. The evidence will show that the next day, I contacted Chandler police to inform them that Charles' belongings were still at the hotel. I asked the detective if I should go get them, and I was told that they would take care of it. The evidence will show that I asked the detectives, what should we do next? And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense.
I'm going to object to that.
The objection sustained. The jury should disregard that.
That's actually true, but then
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away. The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung.
Objection again.
I'll sustain the objection. It's
not sure how that's even relevant. I mean,
The evidence will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
I'm going to object to the relevance of that.
Sustained.
As the state has mentioned, they're alleging that insurance money was my motive. Social Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy. Thank you.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you. If I may go get him.
okay, I must say that was a lot better than I expected. It was quite well presented, given what it could have been. Definitely nowhere near as well worded as the prosecution side. What would you guys give her out of 10? I think I'd give her a 5 or a 6. Given what she had to work with, I think she did fairly well. And given that it's Lorie and she's not a lawyer, I think she did fairly well. It's interesting. Remember, we asked the question, is Lorie going to mention the religious aspect, well, she didn't go there at all. You would think that given how central the religious aspect is, so central that we even refer to her as doomsday mom, cult mom, that's not even mentioned. It's definitely quite interesting. It is interesting how she selectively left certain things out. It's also interesting how she basically said how Tylee had the pin to Charles's phone, not that she did. Lois says 4 for substance, 5 for dramatic appeal. I think that's pretty well said. I think the dramatic side was, in a way, quite effective, because if you think about the prosecution side, it was kind of dry, kind of matter of fact. Okay, so I wonder who the. Also think she did quite well in doing it fairly quickly. I think it wasn't too long, and I don't think it was too short. So in that respect, I think she did fairly well. She loses a couple of points for the fact that a couple of things she said elicited objections, I think all of which were sustained. I think there were something like 4 or 5 objections. That's something that's going to be quite interesting. Is Lorie going to know to object in this trial? And is she going to, if she does object, is she going to ever be sustained? Okay, let's see who this first witness is. Video quality could be better, right? So I must just let you guys know it is almost 11:30 at night where I am. So I'm not going to be covering this until it's done. I'm definitely going to get my beauty sleep. I'm training quite hard, so it is important that I do that. So yeah, I'll probably only do this for another 15 minutes or so. I'm going to decide whether to continue covering it tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see.
Laying information to you. Were you the Sir, would you please tell the jury your name?
My name is Sergeant Erwin Wurzbicki. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I had 10 years in Illinois.
Back on July
like
11th of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was working as a patrol officer, I believe in Beat 18.
And what were your hours?
0600 to 1600.
Is that 6 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yes.
Thank you. Were you dispatched to a residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched for?
It was a shooting.
Were you the first on the scene when you arrived?
I was.
What did you see? Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
I was in full patrol uniform.
Does the Chandler Police Department back then, did they have body-worn camera?
They did.
And can you describe where that was and how that works?
I believe back then I wore it on my left shoulder.
Okay. And how does it get activated?
You have to press a button and it'll turn it on.
Does it normally record audio?
Yes.
And did you have that on and did you activate it when you arrived to this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
And you're saying it was 760, so I pulled the printer to see if I could get.
Seems like that is some audio feedback. Now, what I remember very clearly in the trial in Boise was just how much time was spent with every single witness from the prosecution side establishing foundation. Almost every single witness would spend 5 or 10 minutes just saying what their background was, and we don't really have that here. It's quite interesting. Also, I mentioned making use of audio visuals. I saw that used very effectively in the trial of Caitlin Armstrong in Texas. The prosecution did a really good job in using the projectors.
What other officers arrived on scene?
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim arrived.
Can you describe to us sort of what happened as you get to the scene? How did you and Officer Krautheim handle the situation?
When I was getting out of the car, I believe the gentleman that called in was still on the phone, and we advised dispatch to tell him to come out with nothing in his hands except his phone. As he opened up or came out the front door, I started giving him commands. That was what I wanted him to do.
So you're talking with dispatch. Is that the same as 911?
Yes, it's the same dispatch center.
So is the person who's talking to the 911 person then just relaying information to you?
Yes.
So you're able to tell that tell dispatch to tell the person to come out?
Yes.
Did you and Officer Krautheim have someone come out?
Yes.
Can you describe for us the person's demeanor as they're first exiting?
He was very nonchalant, very compliant with us.
Okay. You said he still had his phone?
Yes.
Do you recall if his other hand was up?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall where he came out of from the house?
He came out the front door.
Okay. When he exited the house, what did you guys have him do?
We gave him commands to come towards us and then have a seat on the curb.
Okay. So there's just two of you officers still at this point?
Yes.
What did you do at this point?
I decided to go check for anybody that was injured inside and clear the house, make sure there was nobody else in there.
Okay. What did Officer Krautheim do?
I believe he started speaking to the gentleman that we had come out the house.
So he stayed outside?
Yes.
And you went into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talk about clearing the house, can you tell us what that means? What do you do?
We just wanted to make sure that if anyone needed aid rendered to them, we could render aid to them, or if there are any more suspects in the residence, that we could try to apprehend them.
Does that mean that you walked through the entire house?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And all that's when your body cam is on?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first entered that house, can you describe for us what you saw when you walked in that front door?
Yeah, initially when I walked in, it opened up into like a day room or something like that, and just off to the right, I saw somebody laying on the ground, motionless.
Did you notice anything about that room?
It was empty.
So no furniture?
No furniture, yeah, it was just an empty room.
The person that you saw to the right, male or female?
Male.
And can you describe how you saw him laying on the ground?
Yeah, he was laying on his back, I believe with both of his hands to his side, motionless. And then I went over to him to check his pulse.
Is that standard for police to check the welfare of any potential victims?
Yes.
When you checked the pulse, did you find one?
No.
Did you notice anything else about this victim?
Yeah, I noticed that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest area, and there was blood pooling in like his kind of like neck collar area.
Did he appear to still be alive to you?
No.
As part of your job, both with your prior experience in Illinois and your experience here in Arizona, have you seen deceased people before?
Yes, ma'am.
did you think this person was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
If you didn't think he was dead, are police trained to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. We're all certified to,
Would you have
Yeah.
done that if you believed that would have helped him?
absolutely.
So even though a person appears deceased to you, is fire still called out to check on them?
Yes.
Why is that?
They go through their own process and procedures, and I believe they usually give the official time of death.
Did you notice anything else in that room where that male was lying?
Mirrors. Mirrors.
I can't think of anything right now, no.
Do you recall seeing any projectiles on the ground near the victim?
Objection, leading.
It's a yes or no question.
I believe I did, yes.
Laurie's first objection.
When you walked in the house after you saw this male on the ground, did you continue through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to clear it?
Yes.
And will paramedics or fire come in if you haven't cleared the house yet?
Usually no.
So they want to make sure it's okay as well?
Yes.
After you cleared the house, did you, or as you were clearing the house, did you ever locate any weapons?
Yes, I believe we located a firearm in one of the back bedrooms.
Okay. Did you touch that in any way?
I don't recall.
Okay. After you cleared the house, did fire enter?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did fire do?
They began to try to render aid to the victim.
By the time fire came in, were other officers now on scene?
Yes.
Were you still wearing and recording with your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the body cam, you told us that it's on your shoulder. Does it always show where you're looking?
No.
So your eyes or your head can be turned to a different direction than what the camera is actually
Yeah,
showing?
if I was turning talking to the judge, my camera would be facing the crowd.
I want to show you a video.
Looks like she's going to play the video of the
And if
of
I
the
can have
body
my
cam.
paralegal bring that up and have him identify it.
I mean, it has been available for some time. There's a sneak peek.
And sir, if you can just look at that and let me know if you recognize that as your body cam minus the audio of it.
Yeah, that's my body cam.
Do you recognize that as you in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have previously watched that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit number 2, I believe. Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Q is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we may publish it.
You may.
So this is the house you're walking up to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're talking to dispatch?
Yes.
And this is the individual that is coming out that you asked dispatch to have come out?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Krautheim in the back?
It is.
Are you announcing
Yes, ma'am.
that standard?
Yes.
That where you checked to see if this male had a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
I wonder why they're not showing. Oh, that's why.
That the weapon that you told us that you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you letting people know on your radio that you found a weapon?
I believe so, yes.
You told us that other officers were arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we see here happening?
Yes.
And is fire also starting to come in?
I believe they were right behind him, yes.
That you continued to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we see there?
It appears that the fire is rendering aid to the victim, or attempting to.
Were you walking around trying to find identification for the individual on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to ever find an identification for him?
I was not.
So no wallet laying around?
No.
No ID in his pocket?
I didn't check his pockets, but no, I don't think fire found one.
So you're kind of talking with them to let them know who this is as well?
Yes,
Because they're documenting it.
yes.
And is that the individual who came out with the phone from the house?
Yes, ma'am.
One that dispatch and 911 told to come out?
Yes.
That's Laurie's brother, Alex Cox. You can see the glasses on the top of his head, making a big deal about, is there blood on the back of my head? So I covered another case where you had a very, you had the very strong likelihood of a self-inflicted thing, staging to make it look like self-defense. And that was the triple X murderer, Henry van Breda, actually sat in on his trial. And so you literally had these incredible, he killed his family with an axe, and then he had small little scratches on, I think, his chest. And so it was like he was, his story was that he disarmed the actual attacker that had the axe, and then that attacker, instead of hitting him with an axe, just scratched him with a knife. So everyone else got killed with an axe. His sister almost mortally wounded. He was the only one with just a little scratch on his chest. But you sort of get the feeling that he needed to be, he needed some kind of injury, otherwise it would look quite strange. Well, you get the same impression in this case, right? Bob, good to see
When you
you.
were interacting with him there, what was his demeanor like?
He was extremely calm.
Extremely calm, nonchalant. That's how it describes him. Thanks, Alison. I'll consider it.
You told us that you were looking for the wallet for this individual. Did it seem unusual to you that you couldn't find one?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. I didn't know if he lived there or not, so I just kind of looked around to see if there was anything laying around.
So I can tell you, and I've experienced this when I was in the Texas court in Austin with the Caitlin Armstrong case. What you don't see in terms of these live streams, you don't see the deceased. And I can tell you, when you're in court and you see that.
Is this you still trying to see if there's anything in the residence that might be related to that individual?
I think I was just giving Officer Cohen a recap of what I already went and looked through.
You know, that's something that is sanitized from the media narrative. It's something you almost never see. And when you see it in a courtroom, it is chilling. It is, I mean, it's really a case where a picture tells 1,000 words. And this is where the rubber meets the road. I mean, this is why they are in court, because a man was killed, because a man died. And so they're going to be seeing that on camera, literally the blood, the appearance of his face, all of that kind of thing, not sanitized. And a lot of feelings well up when you see that sort of thing. You feel feelings of anger, feelings of sympathy, very strong feelings, and feelings of someone
You
needs to
recognize
pay
those
for
as
this.
sort of
What was done
screenshots
to this
of
person?
two different
It's hard to
views,
convey that when
during
you
your body
don't see
cam
those
footage.
images,
Yes.
you know?
State will move to admit exhibits
Yeah,
3
reality.
and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
3 and 4 admitted.
And if I may publish them.
Now, if I was sitting in court, I'd be interested
So in this
in,
photo, when you were looking at it, were you able to see, here's where you are checking to see the pulse of this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this also reflect what you had talked about of the blood pooling that had run towards his neck area?
Yes.
I'd be interested to see Lorie's reaction, what Lorie's doing, probably taking notes, probably
Exhibit
scribbling
4.
notes. Does she appear at
Is
all
this
emotional? And the
Sort of when we
jury would
first see you
probably
walk
be
back in and we see
looking
fire
from the
walking off
witness
the
to these
individual.
images
Yes.
to Lorie and back.
You told us that when that individual who was on the call with 911 came out, that you observed the phone with him. He was kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Did you ever see any other phone in the house as you were looking around? Anything obvious laying around?
I don't recall, no.
So I wonder whose
But, yeah,
phone that was.
No phone on the ground near the deceased male?
Not that I recall, no.
After you had cleared the house, allowed fire to enter, and other officers were arriving, were you tasked with going out to put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's just tape that keeps the general public out, keeps the media out, so we have a secure scene and it doesn't get tainted by anybody or anything.
So that included both the house and some of the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that sort of end your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
So it makes you
Right,
wonder,
cross-examination.
did Lorie take the phone or did Alex take the phone? I mean, Alex ends up with the phone in his hand, right?
It's Sergeant. Where's Vicky? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I like to get that right. Okay. You said that the individual exiting the house was nonchalant. Is that correct?
I don't know if I used those words, but he
You
seemed
did.
very calm, yes.
Very calm.
Yes.
Is that the same thing to you as nonchalant?
I wouldn't use that word, so I would say he looked very calm and unbothered.
But you said nonchalant a minute ago.
I don't recall saying that.
You did.
Okay. Does everyone act the same in a stressful situation that you've experienced? No? Are you qualified to give someone a psychological evaluation?
No.
No. You put your hand on my husband's neck for checking for a pulse, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you did when you first came in?
Yes.
Do you still think Lorie is delusional? Because she's doing quite a good job cross-examining here. I wouldn't say she's completely delusional. She can be pretty effective when she wants to be, right?
Did you perform CPR?
No,
No. Why not?
because it was apparent to me that he was deceased.
And that's not your protocol
To what?
to perform CPR until fire comes in?
Not if it's going to make it even worse because they had apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I start pumping on his chest, it's going to start spewing blood out of his chest even at a more rapid pace.
So when the 911 operator was telling my brother to do that, that same thing would happen?
All depends on when the call came into dispatch.
But I'm saying if you're doing CPR on someone with a gunshot wound in the chest, on the chest.
Could, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you said something else. You said fire gives official time of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that time of death? Do you know?
I do not recall.
And you cleared the house before fire came in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were looking for some kind of identification?
When
Yes.
I cleared the house,
Yes.
I was looking for other potential victims and or suspects.
Okay. But you were told on the phone that no one else was in the house but Alex. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
Okay. Do you have any crime scene investigation experience?
Just my 20 years of experience as a police officer.
And you said something about, and this is just for me to understand, you said something about the casings being to the left of him or to the right of him?
I didn't say they were to the left or to the right.
Oh, did you say west or east?
Sorry.
Sorry, that was my interpretation. Can you tell me what the weapon was that you found?
It was a handgun.
Was it a 45?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could you tell what direction the bullet came from?
Based off the way the body was laying, I could assume it came from where his feet were at.
Near the feet?
Mhm.
Did you see the projectile that was in the baseboard?
I don't recall if I saw that or not.
You said he did not appear alive, that you already thought that he was deceased. Is that correct, when you entered into the house?
Yes.
What time was that?
I believe I was dispatched to the call at 8:41. So I mean, if I was going to make a guess on what time I walked into the house, I would say I was probably at the residence within 10 minutes.
So around 8:51, perhaps?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And then when fire took over, is that the normal protocol for fire to take over and do the CPR?
Yes.
And so you didn't do CPR, but they did do the CPR. Is that correct?
Yes.
On top of the gunshot wound.
Yes.
Is that normal protocol?
I don't know what their protocol is.
Okay. I'm just asking because I wouldn't think to do that either. And then you said that you went outside to put up the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So after you cleared the house, you left and went to the front yard?
Yes.
And then you were there for how long at the residence before you left?
I couldn't give you a time.
Did you stay for a while, or was that the end of your job there?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago. I have no idea how long I was actually on scene for.
And who is your direct supervisor?
I believe that day was Sergeant Nocella.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Nocella.
Okay. And what contact did you have with Detective Moffat that day?
I don't know if I had any with him on scene.
Okay. What about Detective England, perhaps?
I may have briefly spoke to her while I was on scene.
Okay. One time, 2 times, 3 times?
I couldn't tell you a number.
Okay. And then when you have to report to your superior before you left the scene?
He was on scene, I would imagine.
Nocella? Is
Yes.
that what you said? Okay. And then you don't know what time you left, but you arrived at approximately 8:51?
Give or take, yes.
And then did you see me arrive at the scene?
I think as I was leaving, yes.
So approximately around the time that I arrived, you were leaving.
Did I
don't know
look
if I left when
nonchalant?
you arrived, but I was on my way out of the crime scene as far as I know.
Okay. And then you said something about 2 wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you see the 2 wounds through the shirt?
Just was an observation that I made when I saw him laying on the ground.
So did you see 2 holes in the shirt?
I'm not sure exactly what I saw when I was there, but I could see that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest.
And then I'm sure, well, I won't speak for you. So when they began CPR, they did open his shirt. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Because when you walked by, his shirt was open.
Objection to question.
Yeah, please ask questions only.
Did you discuss this case with Sergeant Nocella?
I don't believe so. I would imagine he was on scene and he got briefed by the detectives.
He got briefed by the detectives? Is that what you
In
said?
fact, I would imagine, yes.
Okay.
So did you guys catch that objection? Just that, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. They didn't really want Lorie commenting between her questions. Just ask the question and then go on to the next one.
And then have you spoken to the case agent on this case? How many times would you say?
Who's the case agent?
Oh, Detective Duncan. It's my
Detective
understanding.
Duncan? I mean, I've spoken to him many times in my career.
Regarding this case, how many times do you think you've spoken to Detective Duncan?
I couldn't even put a number on it. I would say very few.
Very few? Like, how many would you guess?
I would say maybe 5 times.
5 times. Thank you. And would that be in-person kind of discussions or?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say they were discussions, probably just in passing.
Okay. So how many times have you emailed with Detective Duncan concerning this case?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
I have no idea.
What about text messages?
No idea.
Phone calls?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay. And your report that you wrote about this, about how long after the incident did you make your report?
I was done by the end of my work shift at 4 o'clock.
And then did you ever make any revisions to that report?
I don't believe so.
So you left the scene approximately sometime in the morning, and by 4 o'clock that day you had written your report. Is that
Yes.
correct? And you've never changed anything on your report?
Not that I recall, ma'am.
And the report is exactly as you left it when did you review it for this testimony today?
Yes.
And it was exactly the same as when you wrote it at 4 p.m. on July 11th?
I don't know if I wrote it at 4 p.m. It was
Or
done
by 4 p.m.?
It appears to be yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, redirect.
It's quite interesting seeing two blonde women in court and how they are somewhat different to one another. If you were completely new to this case, you didn't know who Lorie Vallow was, would you know that she's not a lawyer, given what you've just heard? Would you pick up a couple of, after a while, would you pick up a couple of hints that, well, there's a little bit of hinkiness around what she's saying? You probably would, but she's not doing too bad for someone who's not a qualified lawyer, right?
Sergeant, you were asked about the shooter's demeanor. Were you just telling us what you observed?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I just observed him very calm and collected after just shooting somebody.
And that's both seeing him come out as well as having some interaction with him on the curb?
Yes, ma'am.
When a person is been shot and you check for a pulse and you believe they are deceased, as a police officer, are you supposed to touch the body?
No.
Is the body basically a crime scene?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience, did you believe that the victim was deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
If you think about the Ramsey case, where it's the same kind of situation, just in broad strokes, where Linda Arndt is confronted with a dead child, should she have performed CPR? Well, in her case, she could actually clearly see that that rigor had set in, and also she could say, well, she said she was clearly dead, and also there was a smell, right? And that, I think, is quite a big difference, is when someone is clearly dead, CPR is not really on the cards. Of course, we can't see the images we can't see what he saw, but you can imagine a gunshot wound point blank to the heart, and then a second bullet, I think it's going to be fairly clear. First of all, that he's not moving. Secondly, that he's not breathing. and that there's no motion, like involuntary motion of the chest or anything else.
Do fire have EKG heart monitors and things that they use to determine if maybe you missed a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talked about giving CPR, if an individual is now a crime scene, would giving CPR to that deceased person change the crime scene?
Yes.
And so as someone who believed the person was deceased, you did not want to modify or change the crime scene?
Correct.
You were asked about the gun. Is the gun part of the crime scene?
Yes.
Were you responsible for processing the crime scene?
No,
Why didn't you go in there and pick it up and start handling it?
because I didn't want to alter where it was laying when he got done using it.
You were asked a lot about when 911 was called, when you were dispatched. This was a few years ago,
Several, yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something called a CAD report that documents when 911 was called, when you were dispatched, when you arrived, and even when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when those events occurred?
Yes.
If I may have my paralegal provide me with a copy of the CAD report.
Allison says, I hate that she's doing well.
You want me to?
Starting, does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call was received?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It was received at 8:36.
Does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched?
It appears it was dispatched at 8:37.
So your memory of saying 8:50 or so was perhaps incorrect.
Yes.
Was looking at the CAD report indicate when you arrived?
8:43.
So again, that was a little earlier than your memory was.
Yes, ma'am.
And does looking at the CAD report help determine or refresh your recollection as to when you left the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It's 5:31 p.m.
As a police officer who is one of the first on scene, do you provide briefing or information to your sergeant or the detectives on scene as to what you saw, observed, and did?
If they ask me directly, yes, somebody will brief them that's on scene.
But you have to provide somebody that information to then provide to the detectives?
Yes.
Why is it done that way?
Because usually a supervisor is going to want to know what's going on and what we did, just so the detectives know exactly what they're walking into.
So for instance, if you had had to move the gun, they would want to know that, right?
Yes.
Or if you had moved the body, they would want to know that too, right?
Yes,
And if you had found any evidence, would they want to know that as well?
absolutely.
And so is that what you would have to do that day when you are speaking to sergeant or detectives?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? If so, please write it on the provided form. I'm not seeing any questions come down. You can step down, sir. All right, state can call its next witness.
Thank you. And if I may go get it.
Okay, it's past midnight where I am. I'm just curious to see who the next witness is, but I'm probably going to end this live stream in the next couple of minutes. It's been over 4 hours, although I think half an hour was part of the lunch break or so. Thanks very much to those who've tuned in, and also thanks to those who contributed super chats and who have just participated and commented. I think it has been quite an interesting first day. To be honest, I was quite surprised that Lorie did as well as she did. That doesn't mean she's winning. It just means that she's not totally embarrassing herself. I do think it's one thing to do well in the first hour. I think it's a long trial, and I don't know whether Lorie's got the discipline to concentrate or keep things up for
All right, go ahead and have a seat over
the
here.
duration. I doubt it. But she's definitely done better than I expected, I guess, on this first day.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Robert Krautheim.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse
Back in 2019, where were you working?
as a Chandler police officer in Chandler, Arizona.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
When did
He
you
may have been
retire?
the officer that spoke
About
to
3 years ago,
Alex
February.
Cox.
When you were working there in July of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol officer. I was responding to calls for service.
Okay. And do you recall what your shift was at that time?
It was a day shift. I think I start my shift at 6 and end at 4.
Were you working patrol for Chandler Police Department on July 11th of 2019 at about 8:36 a.m.?
I was.
Were you dispatched to 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes.
What were you dispatched for?
A shooting that had just occurred.
Based upon the information that was, well, let me ask you this. When you are arriving to a scene, do you get information relayed to you about this call?
I do.
Why is that?
The call taker is asking the person on the phone what's going on, where it is, who's there, just basic information. And then dispatch relays that information to me as I'm driving to the call for service.
Is that so you have a better idea about what you're walking into?
Yes, it's on a computer, but verbally, the stuff that's really pertinent before I arrive is just verbally done over the air.
So when you were arriving on the scene, did you think this shooting had just occurred?
I did.
When you got to this 5531 South Four Peaks, were there any other officers on scene yet?
Yeah, Officer Wiz was there.
Is that Officer Wisby?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
What were you wearing?
Patrol outfit, basically a patrol uniform, police uniform, body-worn camera.
And back then, where was your body-worn camera?
At the time, it was a lipstick camera, so part of it was here, but the camera's actually on my right shoulder.
Okay. And was that on and recording as you sort of arrived on scene and while you were present there?
Yeah, I started recording while I was driving there.
Okay. When you arrived, did you know whether or not the 911 caller was still on the phone?
Yeah, she was still on the phone.
And when you are talking with dispatch, did you arrange to have this person come out, or did Officer Wisbicki do that?
Yes, dispatch advised him to come out of the home without anything and hands up in the air. That's kind of standard.
And did he comply with that?
He did.
What exit did he come out of?
At the front door.
Okay. Can you describe sort of his appearance and demeanor as you observed him coming out of the house?
His clothes were clean. He was calm, not emotional at all. Different than what I would have anticipated.
When he first exited,
We've got
did you
two
notice
officers
any
saying
injuries
that
to him?
his demeanor was,
He was holding,
unusual. Yeah?
it was a white rag at the time. It was just kind of red and white. He was holding it on the back of his head.
When he first exited or later?
As he's coming out of the house.
Did you notice any difficulty walking or talking when you first had contact with him?
No,
Any difficulty sitting or standing?
no.
Did you?
So let me ask you guys a question. In a scenario where it is self-defense, how would you expect someone to appear, right? So they're saying he appeared nonchalant or he appeared whatever. How should he have appeared? Thanks a lot, Flowers of Romance. Thank you for that. Must be quite late where you are as well. Yeah, so you would imagine that they would, someone who's just killed someone out of self-defense, that they would be flustered, they would be anxious, they would be, yeah, I think there's no better word than rattled. You know, someone would be very sort of disturbed, kind of shocked, right? That you'd be literally kind of shaking, but you know, if you weren't shaking, certainly kind of in a state of shock, right? I mean, have you ever killed somebody? And I think if you did, for example, if you were driving or I don't know, climbing a mountain and someone tripped over your foot, you may not have killed them, but the point being that I think it is quite a unsettling feeling, and you wouldn't be nonchalant about it, or one would hope not. You would be disturbed. You would be kind of traumatized, right? And as you say, full of adrenaline, you would also be in a state of sort of excitability. You wouldn't be nonchalant. You would be sort of activated in a way. But basically, you'd probably be disturbed. I can't believe what happened. Probably expressing regret, some kind of emotion, perhaps even perhaps anger, perhaps sadness, but something. I don't think you would just be blank. Now, on the other hand, if it was premeditated, if it was completely planned, and if everything had gone according to plan, well, then wouldn't it be nonchalance, and wouldn't it be kind of blank? It's quite interesting to think of it that way. That if everything went according to plan, well, the other thing that's quite interesting is Alex Cox was a gun nut. He had lots of guns, and he often went to shooting ranges. He was often practicing with his guns, so firing a gun for him wasn't a big deal. Apparently, there wasn't a lot of love lost between him and Charles. Thanks very much, Run the World, for that. We're just going to spend another few minutes watching Officer Krautheim, and then I'm going to skedaddle. Let's just watch another 5 minutes or so. Thanks a lot for that.
Did you learn the name of this person?
I did.
What was his name?
Alex Cox.
Did you observe him sweating at all when he first came out?
No.
Also, were his clothes crinkled at all? Often when men tussle with one another, they pull on each other's clothing or shirts.
No.
Nothing like that.
At some point, did
right?
you notice an injury to him?
I did.
And where was it?
On the back of his head, towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
That someone's phone going off, or printer.
If we can fix that.
I remember a drive I did a couple of weeks ago, and there was people lying deceased in the
Alex
road is
Cox
quite a bad
patting or
accident.
rubbing, the back of his
And I was disturbed by that on the whole drive out and the whole drive back. I was still talking about it, and I mean, I had nothing to do with that. And so, yeah, to be nonchalant is odd, right?
head with some sort of rag or paper towel.
Yes,
Without going into what was said, did you talk with him?
I did.
Did you offer him medical treatment?
I did.
Did he ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
Good point.
Was there anything about his talking with you or actions that made you concerned that you thought you should override that?
Yes.
Let me make sure you understood. Was there anything about what you observed with Alex Cox talking or his ability to move that made you think you should override his decision to not get treatment, and you thought, oh, he better get treatment, he's so bad off?
Oh, zero, none.
At some point while you were talking with Alex Cox, did you see a female and a teenager show up at the scene?
I did.
And did you eventually go speak with those two?
I did.
Where did you speak with them?
Just on the other side of the street. They had parked right across from the house.
Did you speak with the adult female?
I did.
Did you ask for a driver's license to identify her?
I did.
And who was that person?
Lorie Vallow.
Can you
Do you
point
see
her
Lorie
out?
Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she is wearing for the record?
Now she's at the defense table wearing a white shirt underneath looks like a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Shall.
When you went to speak with Lorie Vallow, did you know that the deceased person in the house was her husband?
I did.
When you went to speak with Lorie Vallow, did you ask her whether or not the individual inside her husband lived there?
I did not ask her that.
Can you describe for us Lorie Vallow's demeanor as you were interacting with her?
Calm, nonchalant, just kind of a matter of fact, just talking to me as I'm talking to you now.
Joking.
When you went to speak with Lorie Vallow, can you tell us approximately how many police cars were parked around there?
Well, I don't know either myself. I know there was at least mine and Officer Wiz's. There's a fire truck there. I think there was an ambulance there, and I think there may have been another police car. I can't remember, but there was a lot of emergency vehicles just near the home itself.
And was her brother Alex Cox sitting sort of in view of her?
Literally across the street, like the desk of the prosecutor would be her car. This is the street, and I had Alex seated right on the sidewalk.
When she first arrived, did she actually walk up to where you were with Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
Oh, okay.
And you asked her to go back to the other side of the street?
I did.
Did she ever ask you how her brother was doing?
No.
Did she ever ask you if her brother needed medical attention from being hit by a bat?
No.
Did she ever ask you why there were so many police cars around the neighborhood?
No.
Did she ask you why there was a fire truck parked in front of her house?
No.
So other than gathering basic information, did you really talk to her about anything else?
No.
And were you wearing that body-worn camera footage or camera when you had contact with her?
I did.
After you talked with
So, not to put too fine a point on it, when someone's in a situation like that and they don't ask questions, is that a sign of guilty knowledge? Isn't that a sign of guilty knowledge? And I mean, again, in the Ramsey case, you have a situation where the Ramsey couple didn't really talk to one another very much. also, when Burke Ramsey was taken from the scene, he didn't seem to have any questions either. Anyway, also, is it similar? Is it not?
Lorie Vallow, did you go back and stand near Alex Cox again?
Yes.
So I realize this isn't very scientific, and it comes up again and again and again in true crime. People will say, you know what, people respond differently to trauma. And that's typically what the defense will say or what a defendant will say. True, but in a very basic way, people don't respond to trauma with nonchalance. People don't respond to a serious situation by not showing any interest in it. I mean, think about it. There are all these police cars, and it's your home. You live there. Aren't you interested in what's going on? And so to not be is strange, right? And what I'm getting at is affect is, as far as I'm concerned, one of the most important signs that there's something hinky going on. Affect that is not what you'd expect is one of the most important symptoms of possible guilt. But it's kind of like, don't judge a book by its cover. Like obviously look at the cover of the book and then take things further than that, but not, well, just based on affect, you can then decide on someone's guilt or not. And it is interesting that in the Ramsey case, Linda Arendt felt that John's affect was strange as far as she was concerned, although she may have taken it a bit too far. But there were other officers who felt Patsy's behavior was strange. She was putting her hands over her face. And there were some officers who said that Berg not asking any questions was strange as well. I do think affect is a vital part of the toolbox in terms of investigating a case. It's subjective, but it's nevertheless, you've got to start somewhere. And in this case, look how affect has been reinforced by both responding officers at the scene. Of course, if you turn the thing around, these officers, well, let's just put it this way. It was accepted initially that Charles was killed in self-defense. And so in a way, that nonchalance, did it work? Think about that.
If I can have my paralegal go up and show him exhibit number 1. Do you recognize exhibit number 1?
I do.
Is that a copy of your body cam footage from July 11th of 2019?
It is.
Is it missing the audio other than during your interaction with Lorie Vallow?
Correct, yes.
And did you initially identify that previously as your body cam?
I did.
State will move to admit exhibit number 1.
Any objection to exhibit number 1?
I don't see why we won't
Any
be able to
No
watch
objection.
those.
No objection.
Exhibit 1's admitted.
And if we could publish it.
Go ahead.
So is this you responding to the scene?
Correct.
And was your camera flipped upside down initially?
Well, the camera wasn't, the orientation of the software was.
So that's why we see the axon and stuff in the bottom corner upside down.
That is correct.
So this was a gated community?
It was.
So they would have known when Charles arrived because he would probably have had to say, I'm at the gate, right?
As you're driving, did you go by the fire truck here?
I did.
And is it standard for fire to stage a little ways away from the scene when it's a shooting?
Yes.
Why is that?
So they can respond quickly.
Do they want you to clear the residence first before they show up?
Yeah, it needs to be safe for the firemen. We had to make sure there's no one else in the house that was armed or in the area.
And as you're arriving, is the person, the shooter, still inside the house?
I can't recollect. I think he was at the door right now or just coming out to the door.
Why did you pull your weapon?
I was just told somebody killed somebody. So yeah, for my safety, I wanted to make sure I rendered him safe before I put my gun away. It was a threat to me.
So when he came out, he had both his hands up in the air.
Mhm.
So at that point, nothing touching his head yet, no.
Correct.
Now, did you stay out with him while Officer Worsbicky went inside?
I did.
While you're talking with him during this whole time, at this point, he still hasn't brought anything out to try to place on his injury.
Correct.
When he came out, did he already have those sunglasses on the top of his head?
He did.
Now, I must say the sunglasses on the top of the head is a pretty
Why
good
did you have him move over here?
observation.
I actually physically couldn't hear him. Fire trucks are incredibly loud, so I had to move away.
I mean, when you look
The
at his
fire
head,
had already
you can't
pulled
really
up to
see
now
any
go
sign of
inside the
injury.
residence.
Correct.
So small.
And can you kind of see them in the corner going in?
Yes.
It'd be interesting to see if they found traces of blood on that baseball bat or signs of Alex Fox's DNA. Okay, well, we can actually get much better.
Did you learn whose truck that was in the driveway?
I don't recollect right now whose truck it is. I think it's his, but I'm not sure.
Footage from what has already been released, where you actually get the audio as well. Okay, well, it's about midnight here. I'm going to end here. Thanks everyone for joining me. Apologize for not seeing it through, but I really do have to turn in for the night. I hope you guys are doing well. Again, thanks everyone for the super chats. I really do appreciate it. Am I going to be doing this tomorrow? I haven't really decided, but I will let you guys know. Anyway, again, thanks a lot for joining me. Take care, guys, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao.